I think I got this right. Yeah, I got this right. Yeah, I got that right. Go to the next chapter. Oh. Oh, hey, Faye. How's it going? Hope that's okay. Felice. That's right. Well, come on in. We're starting another round of Apollo Justice. Hope your day's been going well. I am doing. How am I doing? I am doing fine. It is a little bit chaotic here in where we are in Cali. It's a little windy, you might say so. But other than that, it's been good. Good day. Got to go home, work, come home, relax, work on some work stuff, watch some stuff with friends, with my roommates, and then now I'm chilling to play some more Apollo Justice. I'm gonna see how long I can play tonight. Maybe I'll finish a whole entire case, which would be rare. Machi Tobaya, Your Honor, the Pixie of the Arpeggio. Right, his trial. Court is in session. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is A-OK, Your Judge. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. My opening statement, yeah? No. Actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? Eh? I mean, you wouldn't say, get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial, Chief Justice's son. The Chief Justice? My son is afflicted with the most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. Well, that's a heavy burden to just drop on us. Okay, so I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day. Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending? What are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Alright, asshole. It's only a fucking case. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement briefly. You're in luck, Air Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case. Ramin Latouche, age 35. Oh my god, I'm so close to his age. The global manager for Diva Songstress Lamure. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details. The court accepts this into evidence. 45 caliber, that's quite large, isn't it? A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet. However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. The death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. He didn't die from the bullet, he died from the blood loss. Okay. Does it say that in the court record? Yeah. Blood loss due to 45 caliber bullet wound, time elapsed between shooting and death, currently under review. Okay. 2 shots were fired. 1 shot missed, the other penetrated and passed to the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found at the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullets hit. I see, the court accepts this evidence. Okay, that's very important. We're probably gonna have to talk about where the person's gonna have to be to make that shot, right? Because if you shot this guy over here in the right, then... Where would you have to be able to do that? We must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use. Really? Yeah, apparently weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body. The defense will take more care in choosing examples. As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. Oh yeah, the other wall that's in the way, kinda, exactly. It's like you can't, hold on, let me get the court record out. You can't shoot, like, you could have to shoot. The guy fell over here on the right where he is. So let's say he stood up and he was like in the middle of where his like outline is, right? If you made the shots, you'd have to basically be shooting where the little court rack is at the top, on the right, the top part of that. You'd have to be shooting exactly from there. I'd have to look at the evidence again, well, look at the scene again and see if maybe there was a hole in the wall with that little outpost that you just pointed out. but I don't know. That does seem to be the case, yes. However, there are witnesses who heard the gunshots. He's talking about you and Emma, huh? Yet when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible. Exactly, this murder was impossible. For all but one person. One person? That is, of course, the defendant, Machi Tobaye. Only this defendant could have committed the crime? Are you gonna say because he's small that he was able to sneak out? It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear. Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please show the witness to the stand. Do I remember who the killer was in this one? I think I do. I remember the motive. I don't, but I kind of remember some of the method. It has something to do with... Oh, it's not there anymore. We don't have it in our evidence. It has something to do with the listening device that was found outside of her room. Your name and profession, please. I'm a Sky. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Security at the concert, you say? Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder. Now, don't blame yourself. Things like that happen. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know. Have you? Have you really? I want to hear about these bigger mistakes. In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony if you would. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please. Bigger than someone dying? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, what mistakes have you made? The only thing I can think of as a judge is maybe he you know, convicted someone who was innocent. And he's like, oh, that's a mistake I made. Teehee. And it's like, dude, you shouldn't do that. Whoopsies. I sent an innocent person to jail. Whoops. The night of the murder, I was on a security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved in the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went to the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. The hard part is that we were the witness with her, so anything that we say in terms of pressing her is going to be like, well, weren't you there too? I was lucky the detective was the first on the scene. But that door was the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. Then I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it? Looks like we need a bit more information. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. That's okay, we're gonna press everything. We're pressing everything. Now the murder was the night of the concert, yes? That's right. What was the detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert. My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say. The stench of conspiracy. Do you have that smell? That smelly smell. The smelly smell that smells smelly. From SpongeBob. That day at the concert hall. Conspiracy? Well, isn't it obvious? My keys. That whole morning, no, the whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show. I couldn't open my guitar case. There he goes again. Stinky. Exactly. He's having a stinky day. Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them? Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own. What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys are in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect. It does, doesn't it? Love, slow acting, and new. Atrocanine is waiting for you. Does everything I do with this guy have to be so over the top? The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was, like a sailor, adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen. So I put a detective with the most time on their hands, on the task. I can accept that. Well, I can't. What do you mean, time on their hands? Please, the testimony. That was a lot for one press. Okay. We were let in, though. I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you. I gave the Fraulein special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again. Bro, oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now. Gee, great. Can you not? Because, you know, you're like 15 and he's like 20 something. Some other hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off. And then... Okay. How many shots were here? 2 or 3? I forgot. We were having a chat when we heard the shot. You were the one chatting. I was eating snackoos. Ah, hey, no snacking in the court. And you're sure the shots came from Lamoura's room? Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Ah, thanks. How about it, Emma? We were right there. Hard to mistake it about that. Please, either talk or eat, not both at the same time. Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. Okay. Okay. Rock? Blaring, yes. When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days? Dude, you're such a fucking old man. Okay. They pipe sound from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gaviniers with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. Okay, asshole. I always have the backstage monitors at 4 volume. When we walked in the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime. If you could hear that music playing, then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself. Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. Okay. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know there was only one exit from the room, that door. We can talk about the small window? Okay, the small window only opened a tiny crack, and I was standing in front of that door. So how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility, the air vent. Objection! But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly... Exactly. There's certainly no way you can get through, nor me. The only one who can fit through was a child. A child? Remember, access to those rooms is limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed. And of all those people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendant, the pixie of the arpeggio, flitted up toward the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. But that's just conjecture. It is just conjecture. Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there, you should know, Air Forehead. And there is another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What? Marks were found on the air vent grill. Spaces that had recently been opened. Wait, what? And something else was found, quite clearly. The defendant, Mashitobaya's fingerprints. Oh god. Well, this ain't looking too good. Order, order, order! Order! The air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on that grill. Well, Air Forehead, what fairy tale does this suggest to you? Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven. Like stairway to heaven. And that one is our pixie. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whooping it up in the audience. I believe that's enough of that. The prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. I believe you've heard enough to determine our verdict. Even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit, I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough. Very well, I believe this trial is finished. If the defense has no contradiction evidence, the prosecution has presented our proof clear and plain. If you have any contradicting evidence... From the crime scene. So, what is that? It's a danger pen. I could think it was the safety dance. Do I have anything that conflicts this information? Yeah, the gun. It better be clear and plain. Apollo, they've got us in the ropes already. We better come up with something quick. I know. We need evidence or a witness that can prove Machi's innocent beyond doubt. Without that, Mr. Justice, do you have a contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If we do, you'd better tell us about it now. The court wants a contradiction proof. The evidence. The defense is prepared to show contradicting evidence. This should be interesting. What sort of evidence? Yes, what sort of evidence, Mr. Justice? Show us evidence contradicting the prosecution's claims. The gun. You just mentioned right now that a 45 caliber revolver would make even a trained guy, possibly pull back, and you expect a fucking child to use it and come out of it, okay, be able to climb up a ladder and then get through a vent? Are you fucking insane? The evidence does more than contradict, it flips the whole case on its head. Thank you for presenting evidence that's both clear and plain as requested. What? 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 Are you fucking kidding me? It was clear the only person who could have fled the scene was the defendant. Do I really then? Because the gun's the best thing I got. Well, fuck, I thought it was for sure. I thought so too. I mean, I have the brooch, but I don't want to protect the brooch because it's her room, so it makes sense for her brooch to be in her room. I don't have proof. Is this true? Of course it's true. Show him, Apollo. What the heck are you talking about? Okay, so I guess we do have something. Are we doing the boat? Because that's kind of dumb, but we're doing it. Are we doing it? No, okay. It's like, okay, it's not the boat. Okay, thank God. I mean, I'll take the hit, which sucks, but like, I would be very upset if it was the boat. We'll call a witness. You claim that there are no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor. On my million-seller hit song, Atro Keen, my love. There he goes again. That's too bad because there was a witness. Really now, but how did you come to possess knowledge that the prosecution clearly does not? Because I am the only one in the world who knows this. Oh, we're gonna do the Simon thing? What's the toots? Can you hear me? Cold. So cold. Witness. You're cold? Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Help us on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Toots. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is Siren. The victim said this before he died. Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? All we know is what Air 4 had said. He said it's no testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself. That is true. That is fucking true. But it's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it. But apparently you ignored me completely. It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job. That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty. Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for? Let's hear the name of your witness, Herr Justice. Recall Mr. Lutus's last words. The witness is Siren. The Siren. Aha! He met the Siren. That's right, the Siren of the ballad, Lamure. Lamure was only on stage for a second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness. I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, my claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime. If that's the case, then where was she? Let's hear from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We'll now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please stroll Lamure to the witness stand. It's my distinct honor to welcome the sound of the ballad to our courtroom. You were too kind. You can speak English? Yes, I can. Though I'm not very good. There is much I do not know. You speak so well. Have you spent time here before? Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language. Nor where I studied it. Interesting? Oh, that's okay. I remember that. I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? Lamure suffers from amnesia. Amnesia? Lamure is not my true name, yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. Whoa, she's even more mysterious than I thought. As lauded singing Lamure, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her, thanks to her success. Yet, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress. I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lamure. Thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness. What might I say? No one will tell me anything about what happened. Lamure, let me be frank. I do not want to ask you up here to testify. Yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there, thanks, asshole, was adamant that you stand. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy. Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime. As for what I saw nothing. That night, I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details. Okay, that's a very sound and strong testimony. You sound wonderful just testifying. There you have it. She saw nothing that night. I can only pray that defense had the same sense to admit defeat, and refrain from detaining her longer than need be. Wow, you just got badder, Apollo. Way to go. I'm a bad boy. Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet. Okay. How am I gonna get information out of her without making it too harsh? I'll just make it harsh. Okay. I had to sing on stage, and this I did. Okay, let's talk about you singing on stage then. That's not stressful. It was a great concert. You heard me sing? Thank you. I was hoping to get an autograph later, actually. Of course. Mr. Justice, this is a cross-examination. You're out of line. If anyone deserves an autograph here, it's me. On my gavel would be nice. Here, Judge. What's this? It's my autograph. Now keep this trial moving. What? Oh, my grandchild will be so happy. Let us continue, shall we? If you would, Lemur. Tell us what you did after your stellar performance. Where did you go? Where did you go? You did not return backstage once. Where were you then? What were you doing? I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing. And was Margie with you at the time? Unfortunately, I do not know where he was. So by the police and Mr. Gavin's nursing room were told to wait there. Okay. With Margie, correct? How was he then? He seemed as he always does, though I believe he was shocked by the news of Mr. Latuse's death. Yet, he is not the type to show much emotion. Yes, he's given the police no end of headaches. He answers most questions with silence, and those glinting frames speak nothing. Those questioning haven't gotten very far. You sat there waiting. Okay. Okay. How was the incident explained to you? I was told nothing in detail, only that Mr. Latuse died. Of course, investigations require some security, but Mr. Latuse was my manager. I wanted to know more. I should have been told. Both Margie and I were beside ourselves with concern. Allow me to apologize, but please understand. Keeping you in the dark was as painful for me as it was for you. Yes, I understand. It's hard to imagine Lemur lying. She might not be lying, but she's hiding something. You saw nothing. I mean, it's that. Must have seen something. Mr. Latuse named you. Mr. Latuse, how can I tell you what I don't know? Lemur, he said you were a witness in his dying words. I do not know what he meant to say, but that night... Hold on. Let's look at the fuck. God, we're not gonna get the dying message until later. I do not know what he meant to say, but that night... Sing on stage, and this I did. God, fucking damn. It was a great concert. Oh. Okay, okay, we did this already. Okay, okay. Okay. Alright, so... So what I saw nothing. Bullshit. Bullshit. Objection! You got the brooch. I'm sorry, Lemur, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? Why, that's Lemur's. She was wearing it for a song. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? What? This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime. What? Lemur, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And, as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. What is the meaning of this? Lemur, please explain. Lemur? Boo! Don't you fucking... She says, English is quite difficult. That trick's not gonna work here. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer truly. But you have missed one important fact. But now, maybe I have multiple brooches. In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What? Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. What's he talking about, Apollo? Right when the incident occurred. The part where you heard something in the background? Yeah, because he was talking and then he hears the door close. Yep, and then who's there? No. Just when I heard the door close. That's bullshit then. I looked into the room, just a glance, mind you. So this is when your brooch dropped? That explains that. No, it does not, because then you have to prove the fact that Emma would have seen her do that. There was no other time I could have dropped it. But that's ridiculous. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch? Yeah, forehead. She has raised the possibility the only thing that could counter that is evidence. So she looked in at the crime scene. Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice. A forehead shouting, "Who's there?" No doubt. A horrible voice indeed. I closed the door immediately. Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony. Roy, you did look into the room though, right? Yes. Testify as to what you saw. Very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses. Hey, remember when you were talking about the other wall was kind of in the way? I bet you we're gonna have to deal something with that. Let's finish on backstage just for a moment. Here again. Where was her? Oh. There may be one on this. What could it be? The old lady Richard's body was behind a wall. A wall? Was there a wall there? That's what the English division or partition, I believe. It was a large dressing room, and the murder took place in the inside half. I guess that partition might have hidden the body. Still. I know there's something with that app. Gotcha. Whew. Oh. Oh, that was a good. You know something? It was a process of elimination. I was like, you have to give me something to go off of, and you have to. It's not her eyes. It's not her mouth. It's not her nose. And you can't go past her chest area, so it's got to be something either like around her, like literally like right above her like chest, like her breast, or like right at her neck. I'm like, if it's a neck, it's probably her gasping, or like Adam's apple. So I searched for that. You know something more about Mr. Latus's death than you are saying. What? I can see you trying not to remember. The effort made you swallow. You can't fool my eyes. It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot? One moment, Manuela. Yes. What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot? Yes. I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony. Eh? How could that be? Mr. Lamour detected her own testimony and have the evidence to prove it. If we don't understand the meaning of contradiction, it's you who contradict me. God damn it! Tell me, Lamiro. I didn't know about he had been shot. Well, immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, no one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Latouche had been shot. How could you have known? I'm catching strays in this game, holy shit. Lamiro, you aren't hiding something from this court, I hope. Now I remember. Please, allow me to add to my testimony. Of course. All I want to know is the truth. Looks kind of pale, huh? She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so. Saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Latouche had been shot. So did on the left side? Only a glimpse that you knew there were bullet holes? Yes, I recognized them immediately. Bullshit. Bullshit. Should have to walk in, oh, you can't see from you can't see my fingers. God, I wish I had a 3D avatar for that. But you should have to walk in to the building, and the door opens up to block the things, the shots. So she walked way into that door. Seen bullet holes before, you know. You have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country. I go wherever my voice is needed. Those places are many these days. That's really cool. I hope to get to travel like Lamiro someday. I plan on recording my next album overseas. Their studios have a different sound, you know. Okay. Now I present the thing I was gonna present. I presented before. There we go. There we go. Lamiro, they call the siren of the ballad. But lies are hardly becoming of such a creature. I put down worthy of a prosecutor, Mr. Justice. Such put downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah. Yeah, let him be cool for what? Let Apollo be cool. Hashtag let Apollo be cool. Observe the diagram. Lamiro, you looked in from the door for just a moment, correct? Yes, that is so. But there were bullet holes in the room, yes? But they're in the wall the door is on. Eh? You see, assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes. Lamiro, yes? I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something. And I must tell you what it is that I saw. Yes, the happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it'll be on the news in Virginia. You understand your reputation is at stake if it falls to you to avoid tarnishing it. Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing. But she knew about Mr. Latouche how this died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lamiro. Very well. Lamiro, please continue your testimony. Very well, I shall. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There's something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was. Oh, so you did witness the crime, and the killer was a grown person, you say? This is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, your forehead. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination. Great going, Apollo. You're right about Lammermoor. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. I was on the way from the stage to backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. And what exactly is something like a little window? Yes, well, window is the best word I can know in English. I think this is how it was said, yes. Do not worry, Lammermoor, your choice of words is impeccable. There's a small window in that dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail. Okay. There are 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. Okay, we know that there were 2 shots. You are certain you heard 2 shots fired? Yes, quite certain. Okay. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This is when I heard a faint sound, like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot, much closer. There are 2 bullet holes in the scene, no contradiction so far. It happened on the other side of the window. There was nothing I can do. Yeah, okay, but it wasn't Machi. It wasn't Machi who shot, are you sure? Yes, quite certain. It amuses me that you would question her testimony. It is testimony in your favor. It isn't my job to object. Yeah, Apollo, what were you thinking? Lucy, let's just listen to what Lammermoor has to say. Can you tell me how you were sure? Yes, of course, you see. It was a grown person, I know it was. A grown person? That's a little vague. I am sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know. Certainly you could at least see what the shooter was, male or female. It was a man, a young man, and you're sure of that. Yes, his voice was quite clear. Voice? Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter. As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man. So you heard a voice, but wait. Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Latouche? Absolutely not. I did not just say that I do not forget a voice. If it was Mr. Latouche who had spoke, I would have known. Indeed. The window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man. Oh, this is a good testimony. It wasn't Machi. Indeed. This turns out to be true. It would cast this case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion of this testimony? Though it pains me to say this, there's something about Lammermoor's testimony that rings false. Bravo, your forehead. You're colder than I thought. As has been established, no grown man could have passed through that air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime. But that means Lammermoor has to be lying. I know it's bad for a case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. As Air Forehead says, yet this is not the only contradiction within her testimony. What next? Lammermoor, I understand that you would want to protect Machi, yet remember you are the siren of the ballad. And liars do not become such a creature. What does the prosecution mean? Apollo, what's he talking about? Yeah, wait, yeah, he said, Apollo said the same stuff. Oh, now they're like, oh, looking Clavier is so cool because he says it. I recall the state of the crime scene quite well. The state of the room? Yes, and when the murder took place, that window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. What? But I'm sure. Lammermoor, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense, but my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser. but she's the only eyewitness we have. So you say, and the victim named her the siren as the witness? But that's right, that's what Mr. Latus. We heard your claim, we even entertained the possibility, and it brought us to this. Yeah, Judge, yes? The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please. I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. God damn it! There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility, but if Lamora can't testify, then we don't have a chance of proving Machi's innocence. This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case. Dunk. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, I would like to hear from following detective again. Wait, let me hear Lamora's testimony one last time, but the cross-examination is already over. Until such a time as a need arises, this witness may leave the stand. I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. God damn. At last, back to the real trial. Ready, Air Forehead. Pauline Detective, how far have we gone until we are so rudely interrupted? Don't ask me. I just like saying the same thing twice, and I never repeat a song for an encore. If you would, Miss Guy. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latus's killer could have escaped was through the air vent on the ceiling. Yes, there was only one door in the room, and a witness, you, was standing in front of it. The air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. I certainly would have had a difficult time. You sure would, not that you would have been able in there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for a killer is the defendant. A virtuoso performance. Couldn't have put it better myself. She does state a clear case. Though, reading the report, something caught my eye. Oh, what's that? The circumstances of the defendant's arrest. The circumstances? Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre. A perceptive observation here, Judge. Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough. You got a nose for things. The judge sure seems pleased with himself. Very good, Pauline Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer? I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lamora's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, and Machi practically left his signature at the scene. All of this was evidence clearly points to the defendant. Okay, that sounds like bullshit. Lamora's song. Yes, the guitar serenade. You notice it's code too, do you not? It's code? All the events that day followed the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held onto so tightly were stolen. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Latus's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, up together to the sky. That's mad. It's like a story out of some fairy tale. Hey, you know I was the one who first noticed that. I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting the songs. But killing? It's a wild world out there, Miss Hair Judge. Very well. We've heard one song and dance, let's get on to the next, the cross-examination. I'm gonna go one my way out of this one. I mean, how am I gonna solve a case? Yeah. Okay, because of some lyrics. Who would steal a body just to match some lyrics? I didn't believe it myself. It can't be just a coincidence. As Pauline Detective says, let's begin with the first verse, if you would, Pauline Detective. You want me to sing it? You are the witness, yeah? Or did you want me to sing? I warn you, my fee as a vocalist is not trivial. Fine. Let's look at the first part of the lyrics, shall we? Indeed, my favorite heart-shaped keyring was stolen that morning. Next, we go to the right page on the lyric sheet. As we know, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. Mr. the Tooth's life was taken away by a bullet. Bravo, falling detective. You're singing, it's not bad. Now for the finale. And people arrive, hands grab, and leave. How's it going, Sniper? If that's supposed to be an emote, I don't think it worked, but if it's not, well, I mean, it's something. We'll be having a good day. As it says in the lyrics, Mr. the Tooth. I am well, my friend. That's good, that's good. How are you? I'm doing fine. It's a little windy out where I am right now. A little too windy for our tastes. But, you know, we still, knock on wood, still have power and stuff like that. And we're better off than some other people around here. But, you know, we're just chilling, playing some Apollo Justice in the meantime. I'm kind of semi-expected to lose power, in my opinion, even though it's like, that's not gonna happen, but we'll see. It's motherfucking windy. Yeah. It's you step outside and you get taken into space type of windy. Was found with the guitar high in the sky over the stage. No series of coincidences could be so well conceived. Oof. Yeah. It's not like I'm going to be exaggerating a little bit, but it is windier than it has been. Like, I don't want to make the joke it's been the windiest as much as it's been this whole entire year because we're only 7 days in, but it's been pretty fucking windy. Like there's some wind. And enough that, you know, when you start hearing it from outside, from inside, you start hearing the wind outside. It died down now, so I don't think it's as bad as it was earlier, but who knows if it'll come back. It's hard to argue when she pours her heart into it like that. Anyway, the shooter moved the buyer to match the number song. That small little kid. The small little fucking 14-year-old moved a big-ass 35-year-old by himself. This frail, sickly, you know, fucking English orphan-looking child moved this guy by himself. Yeah, it was windy as hell in Texas earlier this week. Almost had a guy in a bigger truck than mine get blown into me on the highway. Jeez. Yeah, it's good that it died down. Yeah, it's good that it died down. Hopefully it'll stay that way. But yeah, a bigger truck getting blown by the wind. That's when that happens. That's the point where I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna stay home. I'm just gonna stay home. At what point do people start like grocery shopping like in mass because of wind? You know? Like, I understand snowstorms, I understand, like, if there's a fire, I understand if there's, like, an earthquake, but what point is wind, like, non-tornado level, like, go high enough that it's just like, oh boy. I was driving to work, oh no. You show up, your boss is like, why are you late? It's like, I almost died. Does the prosecutor have any idea why he'd do this? You want my scientific opinion? No clue. But he clearly had a reason to go through all that trouble. Some deep reason. I said some depression. I was like, what the fuck? A deep reason. Not only did he steal my keys, he torched my guitar. Unforgivable acts even if he had a reason, and worse if he had none. And the diva's complaints aside, I can't imagine someone doing this on just a whim. Falling detective, I take offense to that description. Indeed, it does seem too well rehearsed, shall we say. Yes, this crime was planned for sure. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, including the defendant. But Mr. Tooth spoke English. He may have come to this country before. I looked into that and I assure you, I was 20 minutes early. Okay, that's good. I've only ever been late to any job twice, and one time was they didn't tell me about the time change. See, that's fucked up. When you're like, when they don't tell you about a time change, like, oh, we want you in at this point, you know, we're late. That's when you're like, that's on you. That's miscommunication. Miscommunication is the enemy of humanity. That's my, I could probably make a better quote with that, but I'll say miscommunication is the one thing that's the worst part of the workplace. It was his first time in the country, it seems. Apparently, he learned English on his own. I wish I could learn Spanish and Japanese again. My knowledge of those has gone down to basically basic. No one here had a motive to kill him, and certainly not in such an elaborate fashion. It just seemed difficult to imagine. Unless a famous prosecutor did it as a publicity stunt. What did you say? Prosecutor Gavin, you did this to promote your song? Burn up your own guitar? Of course not, and I'm quite dismayed by the ludicrous nature of her claim. Why would I need a promotion? Everyone here already listens to my music. They're even in my textbook at school. What the fuck? I was just kidding. Don't get all worked up, Glimmer Boy. Jeez, it's fuck already. God damn. What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. The bullet holes? Those are signatures? The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall. And that means what exactly? The dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in here. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would have been difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range. Difficult to miss, you say? Very, assuming the shooter could properly aim. No, you can't be serious. Machi can't see. That's why he missed? It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used the sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at that time, yeah? Okay, so once again, we have already pointed out the fact, not in-game, but out-of-game, that this small, sickly child, this blind pianist, was expected to have shot a quote-unquote 45 caliber revolver, right? Which in-universe they have already said would fuck up any person and possibly even dislocate a shoulder, right? And they're saying this small kid shot this gun, was a-okay to drag this 35-year-old giant of a man. Hold on, let me see if I got a picture of him somewhere. Let's see if I got a picture of a man. Yeah, 35-year-old giant of a man over to a stage to be able to be picked up, and no one's even doubting that is the dumbest thing so far in this case. Probably ideal conditions for tracking by sound. A blind shooter. No wonder he missed. So he's blind, he shot someone twice his height, basically, killing them with a 45 mag, and then managed to drag that person across the building and the guitar in a small period of time. Sure, there are bullet holes left in the wall, but that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh, how so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. That's certainly possible, and it might have been the revolver's fault. The revolver? The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? If the shooter wasn't used to firing a large weapon, why, it could dislocate their shoulder. Exactly. The defendant, Machitobe, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim. A convincing argument, to be sure. Apollo? Huh? What? That bit about Machi being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim, aren't you kind of admitting that he didn't? Oh. It doesn't matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was without doubt the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Oh, come on! Oh, come on! But let's get the facts of the matter on the record. If you would, friendly detective. Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony. Right. From the state of the crime scene, I conclude the shooter was blind. What do we got? Okay. Okay. It's something here. It's something here. I gotta present on something there. You can't say he was blind because of those bullet holes in the wall. They could have proven that. I wouldn't call it proof per se, huh? You've merely raised a possibility. While the detective has made the most logical conjecture based on the evidence. Of course, there was more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vent. But wait, if he was blind, how could he have known about the air vent in the first place? A very good point. Well, following detective, if you would care to explain. Recall the crime scene if you would. There was a step ladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Studio staff went around checking all the air vents. I don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Machi Tobaya. You would have known that there would have been a way out of the top of that step ladder. But why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? You could have figured it out for yourself. You only needed to consider, oh, someone's alive, that step ladder was doing there. Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a step ladder. Well, Air Forehead, out of ammunition perhaps? Apollo, don't you have something, anything? You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place. Whoever the shooter was cited could do it, that would take down one of their central points. Do you have any evidence that proves that, though? No need? Can't think of anything that proves the shooter could see. Your face doesn't exactly project confidence. Maybe you should just accept it and move on. Apollo, go backbone. Very well, the witness may continue her testimony. Okay, I guess. I fucked up there then. I've been playing it safe. Because I have 2 penalties left. But I guess I need to just go, just, you know, quote unquote, big dick it. And skip. Alright, accept the prosecution's challenge. I knew you would, Air Forehead. The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Machi, who's blind, did it. The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see. Not this, not this. Not this, not this. Not this. Oh, hold on. This is that evidence. The photograph of the crime scene. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There was something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. And perhaps you would just show us that something. Get your finger out on the breeze and put it to good use, yeah? Yeah, we got this. Very well, show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. Contradiction at the scene of the crime is this. Contradiction is right here. The smeared blood stains. I thought it was just my blurry vision, but it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand was raised above his head, much like a gesture I have seen many times in this court. Is also if he wrote something? I get it. At least I think I get it. Get what, Fraulein? When Mr. Latouche was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write about but the shooter's name? And what would he have write it in his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here. That does seem to be a distinct possibility. The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. Drat, I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that. Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer... Oh! If you were a killer, what? If you were a killer, what? I certainly wouldn't want to leave my name behind. Neither would I. Wait for it. No one has anything else to say? About what? So the prosecution accepts this. You agree that this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer, and that the killer tried to rub the name out. What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Latus was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was... Wait. Once he saw what it was... What did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Gotcha. Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Machitobe, is blind. He could not have been the shooter. Order! 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 Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what this all means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet up until now, it seems I owe the court an apology. The Gaviniers are banned with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred. During a concert, apparently this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. Oh no, he's gonna admit it already? I remember this. Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us. I've got an idea. Let's rock with these documents. But before that, I have a question for the following detective, if I may. What? Tell me. Why do you think that Machitobe is blind? Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course. He is the blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lamoureux lead him around by the hand all the time? I have a report here on the defendant, Machitobe. According to this, Machitobe can see perfectly well. What? His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He can see quite well. But you said... What did I say exactly? Your forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I ever claimed the defendant was blind. You son of a fucking bitch. The only one who did that was Farley Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes. Consider Machitobe's scenes. And he was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. I see no problems with this. But what about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe Air Forehead neatly explained those for us. You son of a bitch! You took my fucking deductions and used it against me. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was a kickback from the .45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has us thrown off the bright sides. That is some sneaky bullshitting prosecutor shit right there. This is where the real fun begins, Air Forehead. God damn. I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk. Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Oh, sorry. That's no way to apologize. If we can please end the bickering now. Whatever, I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me. But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant. Aha. Aha what? This blood stain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes. We might be able to find out what was really written here. Really? You can do that? That's right, with this. It's called luminol. Hey, luminol spray. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Yes, have we done these tests yet? Ha, as if I'm going to tell you. The blood stains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in the court now. Right, go for it, Apollo. Huh? I have to do the test? You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it. Right, ready? It's easy as pie. Just press A to spray an area. Here, give it a try. Oh, it really works. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX314206. Is that the killer's name? Maybe it is. If the killer was a robot. Aha, I have it. What is it? I thought those letters, IPXX, looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number? Why would Mr. Latouche even know a number like that? Good show, Farlene Detective. Rock on. Eh? Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Darian, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number. Sure thing, give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27. That's so specific. Who goes, give me 27 minutes? Fuck you. Just say give me 25. I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. And if this number is really that of an Interpol agent... Oh wait, I know. What if Machitobe is really an undercover Interpol agent? That would be a possibility. A possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain. Well, we have some time while we wait for the Dorian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Machi Tabaye. What are you talking about? Falling Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you. You had me until that last bit. Does this not raise a rather straightforward question? Well, sir, why did Machi pretend he couldn't see? Exactly, it makes little sense. What do you think, Air Forehead? Huh? Me? Machi Tobe pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? Know that the moment I heard that report, I knew why. I remember why. I suppose people would have sold over 1 million records really are something else. There was a reason why Mate Tobe pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now? It wasn't for himself. Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness? Which means, no, it couldn't be. Good show, Air Forehead. It seems you've thought of something. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. That is Lamiwara. Lamiwara and Machi Tabaye. Recall their relationship, in particular their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. Lamiwara and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. All times, Yet, we have learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Machi could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time? Well, it wasn't part of their performance? I think there's a simpler explanation. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all. That could only mean one thing. Flip it around. Really? Really, it was the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lamiwara. What, this? So you mean to say that Lamiwara is... Yes, Your Honor. Lamiwara is blind. What? Order, order, order! This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin. Is it now? Please, please shed some sanity on this management. The defense has made an outrageous claim. The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet I see it as not vast in Bane this time. He's quite correct. But that makes no sense. Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something? Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lammermoor herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room. Apollo, what does this mean for our case? Don't ask me, I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now. Bailiff, bring in Lammermoor. Bailiff, bring in the suspect. Lammermoor, it pains me to deeply to call you before us again in this way. Yet I must. Please do not be concerned on my behalf. It is true. How funny it is that a tiny lie born in the Virginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world. So you are, yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lammermoor. Know too that my memory is beginning in darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lammermoor. I see. You may recall me saying something toward the beginning of this trial, Airforehead. What's that? I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses. Now, Lammermoor, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor? Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here. I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor. So many testimonies, holy shit. Whew. I have no memory of the last night. Light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. Another world of darkness. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this, so silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. Okay. But this is a murder trial. I apologize, as part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would. She told us the truth at the beginning, when she said she saw nothing. Very well, does the defense have anything to add? I'd like to cross-examine. But what is there left to ask? There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it's best we let you get out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself. Very well, the defense may proceed. However, beware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. Okay. Okay. What are we going to ask about? Okay. In the world of darkness and sound. Darkness and sound. I was alive before he knew this. So this may sound, I had to pretend I could see. And my staff knew, of course, but no others. Okay. When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latouche? Of course, he was my manager. So he knew, and that's what's been bugging me. Something matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what is bothering young defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. Because he talked about having a witness be there. Can't see the witness siren. Okay. Mr. Latouche told me to ask the witness and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There is no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more. The witness, siren. For the many times, along with the little play acting of our defense. I remember them very well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. I mean what he said before that. Can't see. That's what he tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness. I see. Too bad the defense did not. Well, Air Forehead, try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. No, because even then that means that you're admitting that she's a witness. Recall Lamera's early testimony. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But she couldn't have heard the gunshots. I thought we proved that. That is not the most important point here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Tooth witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots and the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We have already run a simulation, of course. But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant. Your Honor. What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in a session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation? Ah, the Interpol number that Mr. Latouche left us. Well, let's hear it. We will now continue this cross-examination afterward. Detective Gressend, your report, please. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find the answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darian. Well, tell us about their number. Is the defendant a secret agent? IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche. What? Our undercover Interpol agent was Romain Latouche himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation. So when he wrote those numbers, he was trying to tell us his own identity. And a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. Mr. Latouche was an undercover Interpol agent. So him being Lamera's manager was just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. It concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently it belonged to Romain Latouche. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms. And the registration number on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who was an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. It's got to tie in somehow, you'd think. Yeah, somehow. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's been a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Wait. Lammermoor, is something the matter? That voice just now. Darian? Mr. Darian, is it? It was him. I am sure of it. It was him? You aren't saying that voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian. Is some kind of a joke? No way. The courtroom fell into such a chaotic state the trial had been suspended temporarily. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day you get an accusation like that one. Lammermoor fingering Darian Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. I shouldn't have laughed. Could it really have been his voice Lammermoor heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no whipping out now, Apollo. Holy shit, that was a lot. Trial day 181. His hair is fully bullet-shaped. Guilty. Oh, absolutely. All right, we're gonna pause here for a second so I can heat up my dinner. Also, the wind has come back, but we should be still good. But I'll be back in, let's say 5 minutes. Hold on. Actually, no, we'll do the thing. We'll do the thing I do. We'll put you guys here in the standby zone. I'll be back in a sec, though. Okay, I am back. I am packaged. I am returned with my food, which is nice, and I may have accidentally overheated it a little bit because I was smoking a little bit in the microwave, but that is okay. I swear these meals have gotten a lot more complicated. It used to be like, oh, just heat up for 2 minutes. Now it's like heat up for 2 minutes and then stir and then heat it for another 2 minutes, and it's like, but it's clear that that's not what you want me to do because it almost burns when I do it for like 4 minutes. Our microwave is just too good. Too good. Okay. What? Well, actually, welcome back. Thank you. I mean, something, or maybe not. Out with it. The suspense is giving me an ulcer. Well, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it? Out of 100? 60. Yeah, score. Not my best work. Guess I would, maybe, well, I'm just as bad as you. See, it's so vague. Clearly. Much avoided the guilty verdict, but it's something. But I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. Quickly, while the flashback's happening, I can eat my food. Oof, I hear that wind outside. Goddamn. Where is right? Yeah. We'll get to that top secret mission later, but damn, still though. All right. Okay. Let's present some evidence to you and see what we got. Hey kid, you want this gun? Okay. No. All right, fine. What about the lyric sheet? Lamria dropped a bomb in the court today. It was daring it. Lamria said she's never forgotten a voice, right? I guess. What's that called again? Elephant ears? These. Hi, ECC Dragon. Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. I'll give you a shout out. And then go here, go there. Just change up. Come on in. Will you streaming? Ooh, some Genshin Impacts. Doing your was it 5.3, 5.4 stuff? I forgot which patch they're on. I was just asked by my friends who play Genshin. Well, come on in. We're just playing some Apollo Justice. If you need to get some rest or some food or some drinks, make sure you do so. Also farming myself for drops. Oh, that's a good point. To get as much as you can, get those primos. Get those primos, right? That's what they're called. I've been making good progress on saving up my Stellar Jade for 3.0. You know, for at least for Honkai, so I do have to dash. Unfortunately, I'll be back once I'm done with that thing. Oh, that's fine. That's cool. 3 more gems. Let's go. Those primo primos. Those primo primos. That bling. That kind of got your money. 15 pulls away from hard pretty on Makiva. Oh, then you better fucking go. Yeah, you better fucking get that shit done. You gotta lock in. 15 pulls away from hard pretty is really good. 90 pulls, right? And if you're 15 away, that's like that means you're already at the soft pity zone. It's a little frustrating. I understand it. It took me 77 pulls to get Foog. 75? 75 or 77 pulls to get Foog. Yeah, that's the character I pulled for in Honkai. And then before that, I think I got most of my characters except for Veisha, who was like 30. Every single character I've had was in the 70s. For the last like 5 pulls that I've tried. More food. I'm fucking hungry. Holy shit. On the plus side, every time I voted for a like one I've gotten in the past. That's the first time I lost a 50-50 wow in a while. Yeah, that's what I'm scared about. I had some major anxiety about losing food because I was just like, I know I wouldn't be able to get enough Stellar Jades before the time was out, even with the daily pass. In terms of getting her again if I failed. So I was a happy camper when I got her and won the 50-50. But I understand the frustration of losing. Who did I lose? I think I lost Rapper, and I lost to her to Gepard. I appreciate the Lycone pull sets and aces so much. Yeah, 75, 25, 80 hard pity. So starts kicking at 65 for soft pity. Oh, crack this cayenne. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, it's a good system. In worst case scenario, I get a standard 5-star Lycone. Which even those are pretty good. Oh yeah, I go for those. I'm not going for it for now because it's a little risky, but really that's what it should be for characters too. yeah, no, then I could do that. I am scared for I think this week to also eat some food. I'm also scared for there's gonna be 4 characters on the next banner for Honkai. 3 reruns and 1 new, and they're doing that twice in a row. So that's 8 characters to possibly pull from. Which some of them are like, I'm not pulling for Silver Wolf. I'm sure as hell I ain't pulling for Boot Hail. But, and break their money printing machine? Never. Absolutely not. I'm afraid they are gonna do FOMO. If they do FOMO on aesthetics, I don't give a shit. If they do FOMO on mechanics, I'm gonna be a little upset. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Mama did hear him. Ancient Latus. You know what Interpol is? I'm the opposite. I pull 90% for aesthetics and then try to make my team work. I was doing that. You know, that's why I got Kafka. And then DOT is now dead on the ground, so... Whoopsies. I have my one team I have, and now I'm pulling for another team to get good mechanics wise. Fortunately, they've been really good, attractive, with some very attractive, very useful characters. I can't seem to make Daniel competitive no matter. Yeah, Daniel competitive no matter how I tried. Yeah, you gotta put him with like a Sparkle and shit. Who is it? It was Sparkle and Tingyun, I think, and then those are gone. Well, actually no, Sunday actually may be good for them. You need Sparkle on this team. You definitely need a Sparkle. Yeah, Tingyun for the ult charge, so you can use his ult more often, which means he gets his SP back more. Gets free use of that thing that uses up his SP. I got Sparkle Bunny. I don't see the advantage of Tingyun. It's the ult charge. Yeah. And eventually, because he kills everything. Yes, he does. Everyone's like, we want a new preservation character, and I'm like, fuck no, absolutely not. You better not. Please don't do another preservation character so soon. I want to have eventually be outclassed. But definitely Sparkle though. Sparkle is really good because yeah, giving that free SP back. I remember I got Daniel, and I got Sparkle. Be like, oh, I used him as my main team. But then I got Akko on, and I was like, okay, bye, Daniel. And then I built her really well, and then I got Firefly, and I was like, kind of definitely by Daniel, and somewhat by Akko on. And then I got Feishao, and I was like, Firefly can stay. He made my Luotra obsolete, but at least he's not a pretty salty boy. That's true. And then Feishao, and then by Firefly, and Akko Firefly. No, my Firefly is in a good state. My Firefly, I have a Firefly. I have Fugue, I had her. I took out my Harmony Trailblazer to make it way for Fugue, because Harmony Trailblazer is going to become a Remembrance Trailblazer, and that's going to be the only Remembrance character we're going to get for a long period of time unless we pull for Aglair. And then we have Ruanmei and Gallagher, because I'm not pulling for Linksha because it's not worth it. Is Firefly worth it? I have any other prior unit other than Himiko? If you want a break character that can kick fucking ass, even at E0, if you have Ruanmei, and you have either you have Gallagher probably. If you have Ruanmei and you have Gallagher at, E6 or some shit like that, which is not that hard, and you have E0, I mean, if you have like a Linksha, which you can use as an option to other than Gallagher. I don't have Ruanmei, but I do have Gallagher. Okay, then maybe. If you have, it depends on what your Harmony Trailblazer is at, right? If you want to use Remembrance Trailblazer, then you're probably not going to be using your Harmony Trailblazer that much, and then it's not really that worth it. But, if you want to use your Harmony Trailblazer, you can run you won't be helping you break that much, but you can run Firefly, Harmony Trailblazer, Gallagher, and then Himiko, and then Firefly gives fire weakness when she's using her ult stage or whatever to like enemies and stuff, and you can take advantage of that to give breaks easily to Himiko, and you can make your break damage go high because of Gallagher and your Harmony Trailblazer, and then you just have a really good super break team. Ruanmei ties it all together, but she's not necessarily necessary. Oh shit, Mr. Online. She's not a criminal. She couldn't be. You have no proof of that, Trucy. Lamira could be the criminal. I'm gonna finish up my food before I start voicing things again in the game. Who the fuck is here? Who's laughing at us? Was it Gavin? Oh. Him. Okay. All right, cool. We're good. We're good. I got a text message from someone, and I was like, "Oh shit, it's important. It's all right. It's semi-important, but I'm good." All right. Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Grammy word. Hey, the other day, it's that guy again. It's the Banana Man. Oh, is it? We didn't just imagine that, did we? It's like the man with the yellow hat. We meet again. Nice to meet you. Who are you? Ah, it's you, Uncle Valent. Uncle Valent? He's your uncle? No, silly. It's the great Grammare, Valent Grammare, the Grand Magician. Yes, it is I, the great Valent Grammare, as seen on television. It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. Hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me, so be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may seal the sight, I'm quite down to earth when need calls. That's asking about the case, Apollo. After all, Uncle Valent's one of the Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? Daddy, you mean Mr. Right? No, I mean my real daddy. Wait, Apollo, don't tell me you don't know about Troop Grammare. Troop Grammare? No. But it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life, a lamentably listless lad. To not know the greatest troop of magicians on the planet, Valent Grammare. The name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. You bet you've heard of the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all this gold disappear from a safe, and then escaped from a high security prison. You said he's a magician? No, he's Tom Cruise. I opened the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is a true miracle of Troop Grammare. How do you pronounce it? Grammare. Grammare. Wait, what? Apollo, I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else, like a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Grammare. Grammare. Yes, Zach Grammare. A master for making of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship. Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy. Daddy? Uh-oh. Once upon a time, Troop Gramarye included 2 grand magicians. Myself, Valiant Gramarye, and my partner, Zach Gramarye. And the Zach he was my real daddy. I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it. Not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Glad I'm good for comic relief at least. Not that I see daddy around much these days. I've been remiss to remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons? 2, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy. You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valiant. Oh, thank you for the follow. Caminoch? Is that how you say it? Caminoch? Best AA game? Common. Oh, I'll say common. Okay, common works. Okay. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Also, welcome in. Best AA game? That is, from what I understood of the Ace Attorney community, that is a bold claim to make. I'm surprised. I mean, I like Apollo Justice a lot, but still, that's that's okay. But a true one. Okay. What a true one. Damn. I do like Apollo Justice a lot, though. I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Coliseum, first time in 7 years. I haven't played this game. The first time I played this game, man, it's a long time ago. I'm just thinking about that now. I could feign not contain my emotions. I erupted potions. Oh, by the way, to be clear, I have played through, so I get some thing. I have played through the first I'll say first. I played through the 5 games, 1 through 5, and I made myself through the to the second case of the 6th game, and have played through, at this point now of last year, both Ace Attorney Investigations games. So I'm not completely new to this. I don't remember everything that happens. I do remember like the killers for the majority of the stuff, but I don't remember the motives or the methods. Got it under your belt. You got it under your belt. You got a lot under your belt, AA-wise. Oh, absolutely. This in Layton, which I'm now just like 2 days ago just got back into. And to learn how you now defend that poor pianist, poor blighted boy. Of course, I think other people in the chat though, they have not finished it up. I played up to the last case in AA6 and more than half of AI2. Oh, AI2 is really good. I played it on stream, finished in December, November, but yeah, I really like AI2 is really good because it does the thing of like bringing everything together at the end in a nice bow for all the stuff that's happened in AI2, like the last case does. And I also feel like it's good because it recontextualizes things that have to do with there's specifically there's one case in AI2 that I really like because it sets everything up. It sets up the stuff behind the Edgeworth case, like his father getting killed in the elevator, which leads into, like, as I like to say, which leads into the Faye family having his fall from grace, and leads to Edgeworth, going, becoming a prosecutor, which leads to Phoenix switching to become a defense attorney, which sets the setting for all of Ace Attorney, like the first game, and from there on out. Wait, one day if I could, I would just make a fucking history, like talking about like the AA timeline or something. What am I doing? I'm a defense attorney, actually. That'd be really good. If I were to make one video SAE type thing, it would be that. Other reason for coming here today was this. That's a videotape? Quite so, a recording of the concert, no less. I brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop Gramarye, yeah. Will you watch it? It's the one with the burning guitar? Yeah, it is. Okay. And then you see the guitar burning a little bit in a second. There's a little match that goes on his thing. You see the fire being lit. Right about. Let's go to right about. There. Get fucked, Gavin. I love seeing this like 50 times during the court case. Oh, absolutely. You like pick it apart and be like, it's that part. Wow, it's almost as good as when it was live. So what's the word? Mysterious? Way more mysterious. Yep. What his reasons would it be at that concert? Interesting. That's in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Llama vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen I didn't even notice. A simple sleight of hand, a petite prestidigitation. Wow, this is literally my favorite song on all of Ace Attorney. Oh, the Grandma Reed theme song? I'm partial to the song from like the original like A, you know, cornered song from like the first game. But yeah, this one's also a good one. This one, clavier song, even though they play it over and over, it's so catchy but bittersweet. Oh, absolutely, especially you know the history behind. Well, I'm not going to that just for the people who watch this who aren't used to, who do not know the story yet. But a modicum of magic from me to you. So that's where you at the concert. Yes, I was there to watch my trick take it to the air. So you're the one who knows how it was all done. Of course, I am like a deity with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon these floodlit boards, not grass tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now, Trucy. That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not. A mask known for my illusions are mine alone, Monsieur. Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later, but after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh, don't even ask, I won't answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. I, Valagor Murray, will now take my leave, Miss Trucy. There's no need to rush, Uncle Valet. You should stay for a while. I'm afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I have been asked to assist with analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene. So, you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, Crocodile. Yeah, okay. See you later, Crocodile. Okay. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right. Let's go to the detention center first. Just a double check. Is the kid here yet, or is he being questioned? We don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, the air vent. And he lied. Lied? Oh, okay, we can't talk to him. Ah, Machi. Speak of the devil. He looks like he's doing okay. I forget, why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. That's true. It's kind of hard to build a court case on feelings. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think he said, I'm sorry I cannot speak your language. You are a very beautiful, fair maiden. This is why I never trust a translator. If I wave the gun in front of him, will that bring back some memories? Attorney's badge. Okay, so I can't ask him about that. I probably can't talk to him either. Music of the trial today. Ready? Music. Oof, glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Might understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Huh? Interesting. I'm glad Lemurior testified. What a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect. Darian of the Gavineers, the detective. I wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went and all. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey, what is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know. Machi, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Virginian, he doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning? Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? What if that's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi. Okay, well, we can't do anything here. So let's go back. I could tell they were like, oh, we need evidence. That means we don't have the evidence. Wow, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing. The weather matters for an investigation. Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure, let's get started, shall we? It's just one of those days. Right on, show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is a perfect place for it. I did enough at home, thanks. There's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I'm a lawyer. Then you're in luck because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, objection! Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. Let's examine around. Let's look around. Hey, it's the blue badger. What's that creature there? Oh, that's the police mascot, the blue badger. It's life-size. Haven't you seen them around town, patrolling the streets? Yes, now even Law and Order has a mascot. I'd run from that thing even if it wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like that when it walks? It's freaky. I don't think you're showing true blue badger spirit, Apollo. Okay, alright. I don't got much, but I got the spirit. Sunset Coliseum sure is living to its name today. It's huge. Mr. Gavin got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Someday I'll fight my first battle on the stage. Battle? Well, yeah, it's a coliseum, isn't it? They don't do gladiatorial contests like at these places anymore, Trucy. Really? Had no idea. I wonder why they stopped. That reminds me, I need to watch Gladiator at some point. Like the original. Look, massive sign for the Guilty as Charged tour. A giant Prosecutor Gavin stares out over the arena. Oh, maybe I can take it to the office when they're done with it. Where would you put it? You couldn't even get that thing through the front door. Then I'll put it outside. I better be good for business. Just as long as no one comes expecting us to prosecute. Yeah, it's for prosecution. We're defense attorneys. Well, if anyone comes looking for a concert, leave it to me. Oh, it's a little blimp. Look, a blimp. The balloons next to it have sponsor ads on them. Let's see. Big sale. All shirts 50% off. Oh, it's an ad for the department store next door. Do I have everything? Really? Huh. We're moving. Ooh. Ah, Mr. Attorney. Let me work. I'm sorry, but today, there's nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean. Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now, and we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh, you must have great ears. That was quite a statement that you made in court today in court about hearing Dorian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. Wait. Oh, I don't need to see the fastback stuff too. Time for some more to my drink. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That was when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Latus were talking about something. The next moment I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest though, the noise was quite frightening. I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So it really was Darian's voice that was heard. Yeah. I met Machi before my debut as Lamiora. I was singing in a restaurant in Virginia, and he was playing the piano? Yes, he was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Was that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see? Ah, no, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy. He is a smart, gentle boy. Okay. About Mr. Latus. Ah, yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover. But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Oh my god, it was a lot in my throat. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me, but why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition, as my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded, right. The darkness. This isn't your average everyday darkness. This is advanced darkness. Man, I'm quoting at least like 5 SpongeBob quotes today. The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I became Lamiora. I awoke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days. I did not know my path. I did not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming Lamiora is lost to me. But I don't think I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way. That seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lamure. I thank you. Machi, too, tells me this often when I fear who I might have been. Okay. Let's present the lyrics. You could tell us more about this. It's the lyrics. Those lyrics that you should know. Okay, so is there anything? We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me, that was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes, apparently they hired a professional magician. Valiant Gramarye. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Gramarye made me swear to never tell a soul. I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know? Oh, that's true. I am reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. Yes, when I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor. Device? Maybe you mean this? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much. What? What did you think? This is one of our headsets. Oh, god damn it. The audio and video got unsynced. Ah, everyone on staff wears one during concert. I wonder whose this is. God damn it. Hold on. Hold on. Properties. Deactivate. Oh, gosh damn. I got the just like happened before. I was noticing having some audio hiccups before, but it always does this like certain actually it didn't happen yesterday, which is weird. I wonder whose this is. We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's best. Thank you. So the sound effects are going to be, I think it's for chat, it's going to be fine. But for me, the sound effects are going to be off by, I'll say like half a second. So can I put it on? Attached? I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. It's a second off. It's okay, it's about a second off. Gosh damn. That's gonna be annoying. That's fine. Interesting. I wonder. Oh, it is the Elgato audio. Nope, still unsent. Great. Okay, wonderful. Wait, let's do. Offset, sync offset is by. See if I can fix this really quickly. Audio adds audio properties. We'll switch this to being 500 milliseconds. I can't tell if that does anything or not. We'll just put it to 0. Because it's not the... It'll fix itself like next time I play this game, but it won't fix itself. It's literally like the Elgato itself. And it won't be fixed. Wait for it. It's so broken. Great. Well, we'll just take it as it is. Okay, there's nothing here. So we're gonna move. Oh, there's the dying message thing. Look, a part of the carpet has been torn up here. That's the part we did the Luminar testing on in court. Luminar, right. You know what I couldn't stop thinking? Who's gonna pay for this carpet? As long as it's not us. Maybe the shooter? I guess it's true what they say. Crime doesn't pay. I would hope that carpet replacement costs weren't the only thing holding you back. Man, I really wanted to commit a crime, but I don't want to pay for the carpet. This is the window where Lammerworth saw the crime from. I wish it was that simple. Kind of hard to see a crime when you can't see. But she did hear it. Yeah, but the window was closed. Maybe she heard it some other way? Okay. A speaker for monitoring the stage. It was blaring at this time of the shooting. It's a pretty old model for such a nice place. Guess they don't care about sound quality back there. As long as you can hear it. Good speakers must cost a lot. You have any idea how much a nice one that size would cost, Apollo? That's a good question. Probably a good 10 years of your allowance, give or take. What? But that's almost $600. $5 a month for an allowance? That's not the worst. Juicy's Rose. I got an achievement for that. That's funny. Found Machitabe's fingerprint on that air vent. What's with the long face? It's a little lackluster, you know? Lackluster? I mean, using the air vent is so obvious. No audience is gonna pay good money to see a trick like that. Things must look different through a magician's eyes. It'd be much cooler if the killer got caught through that tiny window. Don't go there, you'll get your head stuck. Okay. I don't think I can find anything here or... Can I ask you about this headset, Lamar? You said as all concert staff were wearing one? That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on the staff had one, of course. And all of the band members too, I should think. They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system. That makes sense. That song. Isn't that the one Lamiro was singing? Yeah, you're right. The Guitar Serenade. Wow, I'd love to do a show on that stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh. That's right, I was a magician, wasn't I? Whoop. It's back. Aha, if it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is. Uncle Valen, what exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I'm inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss. The Lamarera teleportation illusion. Oh. Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troop. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody. Hey Apollo, maybe Uncle Valen can shed light on this whole thing for us. Alright, let's talk. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lamarera's vanishing act was your illusion, right? Indeed, the purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, make her disappear, like a dream. Like a dream. Yet, what I can work on the stage meant for musical endeavor. There, I'm gonna repeat that because I messed that up. I flubbed that hard. Yet, what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorcerous acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. Man, I am not good at public speaking. She appeared from the top of the tower, disappeared, but in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel. People come to me because I am a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and a place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of true Grammar are concerned. Grammary. So, you were here checking upon your trick to make sure it went well. And it went well, it did. Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me. It troubles you? Why? Why? Why do you ask why? I know what you are thinking in that head of yours. Grammary, yes. You say, I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort? Actually, yes, you're right. Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo. Well, everyone tells him that he made a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnifi Grammary. It was he who began the great troupe Grammary. At his prime, not a day passed that did not play upon the screens of every TV there was. Yet several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard, the TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion. But that's not true, I still went to all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down in the supermarket. Oh boy. We hone our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity, onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Grammary, but for my partner. Your partner? You mean? Yes, Zach Grammary. Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Grammary in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valiant Grammary. Our founder, Magnifi Grammary, was truly a genius. Our founder, Magnify? I'll say Magnifi. Magnifi Grammary was truly a genius, a worker of miracles. I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made that whole jumbo jet go. What happened to that jet again? Of all the would-be magicians who came into his door, only Zach and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valiant and Zach were the shining stars the Grammary crown. Cool, huh? And Zach Gremory was my daddy. Now that McAfee and Zach are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valiant Gremory, who brings the Gremory miracle back to the big stage. I'm rooting for you. Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side. One skill coming up. That's one big piano. I've never actually played one. Hey, you should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. No good, he can't play either. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back, this could be the debut of a prodigy. Ew. Did you make that noise just now? Let me try it again. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Huh. Look, that's what's stuck between the strings. Looks like some kind of switch. Secondly, we find Miss Machi and Mr. Latus up on that tower. Yeah, I used to not like high places. Now I hate them. I'd say everyone has a reasonable fear of heights. At least a reasonable fear. It's not like it would have been nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Though that reminds me, Daddy is bad with heights too. Huh, no kidding. He took me on a Ferris wheel a while ago, you know. Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled objection over and over. I mean, he did fall from a bridge into the water. He had a great tumble in, like, what, Trials and Tribulations, so I can see him getting a fear if he didn't already have one. Look at the electronics, they must be sound related. Doesn't seeing a bunch of machines like this make you just want to fiddle with them? Yes. Can I, Apollo, please? No, no fiddling. Aw, you'll break something. If you're going to make an omelet, you gotta break some eggs. That's what Daddy always says. These eggs look kind of expensive. Now that's a big instrument case. That's a case for contrabass, I think. You can fit contrabass, right? I think it's contrabass. You can fit 20 violins in there, I bet. It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument. You can fit 5 Trucies in there, but wait, no, we've had this conversation before. Words can express my shock and chagrin. All I can see before me is the stage and me upon it. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eye. Not much time left to make your mark, huh? That's not how I was seeing it. Okay, so bad evidence. Alright. What do I have? What happens when I do it? Don't, you might blow up the whole Coliseum. Apollo, please. Think that every strange switch triggers a bomb. That kind of old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut in our daily time. That doesn't cut in our busy times. Alright, True CPI, please enlighten me. What do you think the switch does? Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room? A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor? Okay. Let me press it. Right, we're gonna move. Okay. It's that point of the game where we start moving around to a bunch of places because we don't know where we're supposed to be going. Hmm. Hmm. I think we got all the evidence we need from here. There's not much to do in this room. So far, there's not been much to do in the Gavanier's room in this case. She doesn't interact with this or the postcard, right? She doesn't have any information on that. All this. We talked about this videotape already, so let's move back to the stage. Did we talk to him about the videotape? I don't think we did. I was wondering about the stunt in this video right in the middle of the song. It didn't see a stunt. Oh, that, I guess I'm so used to. Oh, it's the same information as before. We took this back. This is the same conversation thread that we had back in the right agency. Okay. Let's get all this. They go to inquire outside the trick is performed. I don't know. Damn. Okay. Okay, so you don't have anything about this. There's no newer evidence that we have that we could have presented to him that we haven't presented to him already. We've already talked to him enough about stuff. I think we need to leave here. Okay. Okay. Let's move back to the detention center. We've reached that point where we're gonna be. Okay. Oh, do you have one of these? Okay, with that, this, and then the switch that was in the piano. Okay, well, alright. Let's try talking to him about his eyesight then. So, Machi, you can see, right? Machi can see and I can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo, I don't think we're going to get any information out of Machi. This makes sense. We need to get her to admit the fact that she had to use him for stuff, which implies that he must know English. But to get that, we need to talk to her about something specifically, but I don't remember what it is. What is it? What the fucking brute force said? The only thing we're gonna skip is gonna be the tape, because we know about this. Go into this also. 30 feet. Okay. Okay. Lyric sheet. I think I've done everything else here. We have these. We have this. We have this. We have these. Something goes up. What is it? Speaker is the same as the one in Lamara's room. I wonder if this is the one blaring as loud as hers. Doesn't see a volume control anyone in the room. My guess is they give all the rooms equal treatment. You mean equal punishment? Okay. What do I have that I can examine? Yeah, it was two. It was two. Okay, we have the keys, we have this, we have this, we have this, we have this. Okay. Ten for that little buddy. This is Chusu reporting in. Over. Why does the sudden silence? No one answered. Don't be silly. What good is a receiver that doesn't receive? That's like Emma not performing forensic investigations. You make it sound like she's coming from some kind of forensic investigation machine. Which is just silly. Unless she's a superior high-tech android that runs on snackoos. I don't think she appreciates that comment. Alright, I'm going to the bathroom quickly. Oh boy. Okay, I'm back. Alright, lean back. Get myself comfy. Get myself cozy. There we go, perfect. Oh wait, I actually got into the right place. I said I have that last dialogue choice, I guess, with Machi. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. It's the Muncher! It's the Munchlax! What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the 2nd degree in court and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool? You're talking about the blood-stained Mr. Latouche left? My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person can see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? But the bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Latouche really was with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. That it was my reward. Are chocolate snackoos popular down at the precinct or something? I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest, you're not going to find any clues in here. Though I did find something strange. Something strange? I'm at my embarrassment quarter for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. And it makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have been seeing the air duct. He could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lamoura's testimony. I mean, her saying she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene. That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? That's a wild thing to say, girl. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Just once, can we have like a simple murder? Come on now, like the butler doing it, come on. Was that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? The guitar serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped key was stolen. Then Lamoureux flew off through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Latusse's life. And he went up in the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up at least. It's kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence. I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all this? Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What? You all think I did it? No. So what did you find? It's so little I must have passed it over yesterday. I found it under the sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Oh, like on a Beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. An electronic signal, you say? I wonder if we have something that could possibly have an electronic signal go on. Do you think you can take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press the switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what's it for though. A signal? You mean an electronic signal? What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing the switch. Ouch! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big idea? Well, now we know that this is what this is, an igniter. The spot here must work like a lighter. It nearly lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose, at least we're getting somewhere with this case. We're getting somewhere, alright, but where we're going, we don't know. Let's ask Emma more about this switch, now that she has some first-hand experience. Yeah. First off. Much. I like it when it speeds up the munching. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. There's you weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Anyway, now we know this is a remote for an igniter. Let me sit there for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. A transmitter, huh? Is there any, what's it called? Fingerprints on it? Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram of the stage area, let's see, 30 feet from Lamoureux's dressing room, that covers the backstage completely. Also looks like it would cover the stage. Oh, sure. Oh, they're barbarians? Thank you. Welcome in, Coco Pocky. Kinoko Pocky? As I say, Kinoko Pocky? Kanopaki? Thank you for the batteries. I actually do need them. I need to recharge a little bit. Thank you for the follow as well. What were you up to? Oh shit, I forgot. I got the thingy. Hold on, I got this thingy. Gotta do it. All right. Ooh, Subnautica. Ooh. Also for the follow, thank you for the follow. Oh, what did I say? Can't read. I need to get a new like follow thing message like pop up because sometimes I can't read the text on certain backgrounds. So whoever just followed there, I don't know who it was, but thank you for the follow. It went away in time. Damn it. That is correct. Ooh. I've okay. I wanted to see if I could read. Yandel 22918. Okay, I got that one too. Okay. Thank you for the follow. For you. Welcome on in. It's going lovely. The game is super fun. Yeah, I heard it's a little scary too. Do I speak Spanish? Mi español es no bien, porque no practico español en muchos años. Is the best way I put it. Hello, Vixen TV. Is it Vixen TV? Yeah, Vixen VT. Okay. A new TV object head. Yes. It's not as TV as it used to be, but it is still a monitor head, basically. Also, I guess I should introduce myself. I am Windings. I am a robot detective VTuber. I play mysteries, puzzles, action games. Actually, a good amount of games. There's not much I don't play, but yeah. I am realizing now there is I want to say a group of other VTubers that also out of the TV heads. It seems like it's like almost like a coalition, which I kind of like. That there are like a lot of us out there. It's like that fun thing from Arrested Development. You know, there are dozens of us, dozens. But yeah, Titanfall 2. Actually, I have played Titanfall 2. I haven't played it on stream. Well, actually, no, I tried to replay it on stream, but I think for some reason I got motion sick, which was weird. But I have beat the campaign for Titanfall 2 years ago in 2016. Yeah, that sounds about right, because I was in between places. Yeah. I put you in on a game series, Sherlock Holmes. I'm addicted. Oh, absolutely. I know there's like a shit ton of them. I have, which one do I have actually installed? I have one Sherlock Holmes installed. I have like a couple across Steam and other services. Like Prime was giving away a bunch of Sherlock Holmes games for free at one point, which was nice. But oh no, I think I accidentally put my thing down. All right, there we go. I have what was that priority list? What was that mystery game stuff? I have actually I could search up Sherlock and then turn off. Yeah. I have Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishments on here, and then I have Chapter 1 on Epic Game Store, and then I have another one on what's it called? Actually, I guess I'll open up Play Night. I think I have like is it the another Cthulhu one? I have another one that I have that I need to also start at some point. I've been saving up on those. Oh, and the Devil's Daughter. That's what I thought I had. I have the Devil's Daughter from Amazon. So I have 3 Sherlock Holmes games. I just get around to playing them at some point. Also, low-key, kind of want to play. Someone was recommending it to me last year, saying that I should try them, but there's so many of them. I know they're mystery games, but they're the kind of like adventure mystery games and stuff. Like back in the day, I kind of want to try one of those like Nancy Drew games and see how those are. I'll look out for those streams then. Oh yeah, once again, thank you for coming in. Also, speaking of, if you need to go and get any rest or get any drinks or foods, like recharge, in yourself, because I'm assuming that you are also, yes, you are also a robot. So if you need to also recharge and plug in, then make sure you do so. Have a nice night. BRB, my phone's gonna die. Oh yeah, once again, thank you for coming. If you're from the raid, thank you for raiding. And that's about it. I do need to work on my how do I put it? How I talk to people after raid, because I'm not used to that how often. There are a lot of my friends who are like a lot more used to get graded and stuff. Are very good to be like, hey, my blank and blank and blank, and this is what I do, but I'm not sure how much I'm supposed to be saying. Anyway, but yeah, you be looking for the night. Thank you for your lovely introduction. Oh, no problem. Thank you for rating. Thank you for choosing me. I will be getting back to some more Apollo Justice, the first game of the Apollo Justice trilogy. I have played through the first 5 games of this series all the way through already. I'm just remaking my way through them to get to the 6th game. because I have a hunch, and this is a really fucking good hunch, that within the next 2 years we're getting a new Ace Attorney game. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, the form diagram. Okay. Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation. We'll have to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck! Question is, am I gonna finish this case today or am I gonna finish this case tomorrow? I have a wildcard stream for tomorrow, but we'll see. Okay, she does give me this information and then she doesn't want to talk about it anymore. Okay, thanks, Emma. Alright, so we have to go out the back to stage hallway. We need to get her to admit that Machi can speak English. Form diagram's kind of important. Wait. Okay. I wonder if we can use this diagram to talk to, what's his name? Valent. And see if, because I think I remember the whole thing is that there's a tunnel in between the two areas. Hold on. If I remember correctly, yeah, the trick behind his thing is that there's a tunnel between the stage and the platform over on the right. Okay. So, but we need to get him to admit that. I don't know how we can get him to admit that. You all came in during a time where it's just like, I'm kind of like brute forcing this game to a degree. Okay, I think we're done talking to you and we're done talking to you. So let me move outside of the Coliseum and see if that triggers something. Ah, yes, there we go. Primary suspect now. What, come to laugh at the murderer? Darian. That old bag opens her pie hole. How dare you say that about her? And wham bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Darian isn't the best of moods, isn't he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Then Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid. Is it? Is it now? So about your alibi. You have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. That's right. I found Mr. Latouche dead. I got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage. Your guitar playing was something else. Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work. There's no need to yell at me. Wait, we never actually confirmed that it was... Man, I never wanted to talk... I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me? Oh, wait a second. I think I remember now. It's a trick with the alibi time. They won't let you work? He won't let me work. Gavin says I gotta lay low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He can be such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin, a stick in the mud? He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's suppressed. Not with the stuff I see online. You hear him whining the other day? Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board? There was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. Ah! It was you, Darian. He's just a perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy, really. I mean, he isn't. Well, I think the Gaviniers are the best. I have all your albums. The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Dude, why are you being fucking tsundere about this? Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. The prosecutor's office? The data on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally. Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Right on. It's where Edgeworth used to be. Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. Fucking pompadour ass motherfucker. And tell him I want into that crime scene. No, you cannot. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yes? What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right? Apollo? No. Me? Plead the fifth. Well, great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. You're the most, likely suspect if it's not the kid. Let's not talk to him anymore, right? Okay, let's go to Gavin's office. Oh, hey. So this is it, the Gavineers' head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, where's this creepy thing, object, whatever? Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like. That's eavesdropping. Why? We'd just be waiting, quietly, so he won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latus. Look, don't talk to me about those Virginians, okay? Just get me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like this when I thought to miss Darian. Huh? Hiya. Hi there. Hi, how are you? Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's not much tee-hee in the world in any case. Have a seat. Watch and learn, Apollo. So, who have you come to see? Huh? Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gavineers? Or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom? What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? That's a good question. Can we ask you about this? That looks like one of our toy issue headsets. Why are you wearing it, Fraulein? Did I say that right? I feel like I'm not saying that right. It ought to be. I thought it'd be cool. I could pretend I was concert security and stuff. Actually, we found it at the venue and thought you might want it. Oh no, please, you keep it. It goes well with your cape, Fraulein. You think? Okay. My apologies, but there's no way I'm going to talk details about the case with you. If you want to get my attention, bring me something dramatic. Okay. If you want drama. Are you kidding me? You're not reacting to the igniter that I have? Prosecutor Gavin about this remote. Excuse me, did you say something? Oh, okay, alright. You would think someone with such a loud voice would speak more clearly, yeah? Okay, well, that's the last thing we can talk about. That's not like the mixing board. Okay, well. The guitarist Serenade. Might I ask, did you enjoy it? It's a lovely song. I got all teary-eyed. Ah yes, the cursed song that turned a concert into a tragedy, wasn't it? I was singing it for you, Fraulein. Whoa, that's so special. It was Lamira's singing, actually. I'm glad you were moved. It is that kind of song. Okay, well, I can't do anything else with that. So let's talk about what we have. That reminds me, did you see the paper today? Yes, I always read the TV section. Good girl, how about you, Hairforehead? I read the funnies. Then you would not have seen this. Concert Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song. Ooh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. Dude's getting a fucking hit piece about his concert? That fucking sucks. It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know? Oh, does this have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? That last one's kind of dark. That one's really dark. That's implying they want to die. It is endless. Thanks to the case you made today, of course. Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey. Is that newspaper over there too? Ah yes, the Virginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Virginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well. Well, they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics of my song. Probably no one in Virginia could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. The journalist didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Okay. Lamoureux's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I imagine, which is why I've had a Durian step down from that investigation for now. So in other words, we have a situation where there's going to be information that the public of Virginia does not exactly know at the moment, but we know, and the people of in wherever, I don't know where we are, like Little Japan. It's like a weird, the Ace Attorney like setting is weird, but wherever we are right now, that's going to be different, and we don't like we have a gag order, but we have a media blackout on that information for now, which comes to our handy and may come to our rescue later on. Lamoureux was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case quickly, if possible. I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with Lamoureux, if I remember correctly? That's right, it was last year. I had gone to tour Virginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. Interesting. And that was when you heard Lamoureux's voice? It was a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconceivable. We all know Larry Butts is the culprit. Larry Butts. If something smells, it's usually the butts. Unfortunately for us, and fortunately for Larry, he's not in this game so far. So he's been able to get out of every single situation so far in this game. I can't speak for after this, which is inconceivable to arrange a meeting. Also, welcome I didn't see this. Wow, secrets really have a lot of clout. I wonder, I haven't played the 6th game. I wonder if he makes an appearance in that one, because last time I saw him was in the investigations games. Nah, he is. He always is. He's always there. He's always in the background. He's the big leader. He's like, it's like that, what's that joke in, what's it called? A pup named Scooby-Doo? Red Herring? Red Herring? Thankfully, she liked the work I did. And we wrote a song right there, backstage. Speaking of, sidebar. I never got the Red Harry joke when I was growing up as a kid. And then I realized, I don't know, what was it, my adult years even? That it was red herring. And that was the joke they would always make, is the fact that like, Fred would always assume that it would be Red Harry because of like the red herring meaning like a false, you know, a false, what's it called? Like a false lead. Machi on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on a guitar that I borrowed from Lamoureux. And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have. Like Apollo, say. Damn, okay. Alright, just shooting me in the dark, alright. It was a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump, that's a piece of history. And it's only brown, not really charred. No, it looks charred. No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. Do you think you could show it to us? Your charred, I mean, slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could have happened to it? Damn, let's examine this guitar. If I'm right, that impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? I thought it was one of those staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar incidentally. Oh, did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? Sounds like something we should ask about. Talk. Is he gonna mention what I think he's gonna mention? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamore. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruin the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamore's studio. I use a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it up right up to me in my office for me. Pristine and untouched. The prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. It was a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned. That sucks. One of my friends had to travel and they lost their luggage, and it kind of sucks. Literally, it came out today, and it's just like, wow, that happens. And then, you know, in fiction land, this evidence is, you know, safely taken across, you know, country lines. Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right. What was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It's called the sound hole. You know what? I'm not gonna comment on that. So that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact. Oh? The examiner is busy with evidence for case now, however. So he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Should we present it? Yeah, we should present it. It has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene in Lamore's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime, what could that mean, I wonder? Are we not going to talk about this? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so I guess we're not going to talk about. I think we're done here, right? Because there's nothing else. I feel like I can examine stuff here, but there's nothing here. I think that's... What is that? What is on that plate there? Is that gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang, so he put it on the plate for later consumption? You think a rockstar would afford a fresh stick? Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's not chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? Wait, that phone call. Yes, that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing? Object, whatever. Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. Oh, I think I remember now. What, a replica? Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with it, Mr. Latouche? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who, us? I tried to... Atrusi, shut the... Oh, come on now. He forced me to. Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently, it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latouche was after. This lump? Would you mind telling us about what you know about it? It's a lovely lady lump. This was found in Mr. Latus's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica? We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in identification of whatever it is a replica of. You mean whatever Mr. Latus was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fraulein. Oh? If you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia, but apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the cap chain. Oh? There's something either Interpol or Virginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. So whatever this thing is, it's important. I've sent someone to the Coliseum to fetch Lammermoor. Perhaps she knows something about it being a Virginian. I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Air Forehead. Thanks? Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. And you have not met Phoenix Wright, have you? You said you have, but I mean, you would know he's also very forthright with the prosecution. Perhaps you're just a tad naive. I could say the same thing to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information about the strange lump of plastic, the one that Mr. Latus was investigating. Hey, that's right. I've been thinking, Air Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep simple go to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fraulein? Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Ah, because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. Once again, simple man. What a simple man. That's a pretty simple too. Now, if you excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. Alright, we're moving. We're moving. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lammermoor is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Huh. It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. Okay, so let's go to backstage hallway. This place is deserted. I wonder where Lammermoor went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help but worry about her a little. Let's go to the dressing rooms. Let's go to her dressing room. And let's go to the stage after this. Okay, nothing here. You know immediately when you go to, if you need to go to location, sometimes, because it'll have like the text box show up, and that's where you get spoiled, like that. Dun dun. Huh? The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be off for the section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yipes, it was really dark out there. Dark. That's all Lammermoor has when you think about it. Could be like live in a world of darkness. I live in a world of darkness. Like Dayman. Huh? What? Does something about that stage seem different to you? Yes, it does. Like something's changed? Changed? I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Something has changed. Good thing I remember it from last time. Hey, that case. Wasn't that open before? Huh, I guess someone closed it. Wait, look, where the case closed. Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. Eek, let me more. Emma, we have to get Emma. Emma, how's Lemore? Is he okay? Ah, you. We owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So she's okay? Yes, she came into her a short while ago. You found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. So what happened? Someone attacked her. Okay, yeah, no, duh. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right. Yes, but she's also blind. How could she not see? Oh, yeah. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that all right? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Let me roar. Ah, Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you were okay. Tell me, what happened? Let's talk. It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room, you were hit? I knew that at that very moment, I knew the assailant was trying to kill me. No. It was lucky for me that the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Ah. Darkness is my alley. Why I say it like that? Darkness is my alley. Ally. There was a contrabass, I could say contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Well, that sounds like a really close call. Close call. I stumble. Say stammer? Stumble? Stammer, I think? I fumble my lines a lot. Do you have any idea who it might be? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult, probably a man. Well, why would anyone attack you, Lemmiward? The detective asked me this too. And to her, I gave the same answer I give you. I do not know. Let's talk about the Virginia newspaper. Okay, so not gonna talk about that. Ah, I wanted to ask you about this. You know what this is? This is what Mr. Latus was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in his secret identity. He was an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. You mean you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Virginian cocoon. Rather convincing replica thereof. Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Well, they call it Virginian. It must only be found in Virginia. For certain, all in Virginia know of these. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I'm sorry to say. There was one fact I do know about the cocoon though. Something all in Virginia know. What's that? The cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death. To death? Why? I do not know. Yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there was a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So that's what he was up to. Tracking down Virginian cocoon smuggling. Smuggling. God, there's always smuggling in these games. Ace Attorney Investigations, smuggling. Ace Attorney Investigations 2, smuggling. This game, smuggling. That's it. That's it. I think that's it, actually. I mean, I fucked up on that. It seems I was marked. Marked? Life-changing for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. Ah, so you could have brought those Virginia cocoons with you. On my trips, yes, that was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Latouche was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Virginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Latouche wasn't a Virginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? There must be some reason why Virginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Huh? Like what? How could just a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Couldn't be her. Huh? Thank you for talking to us, Lammermoor. It was the least I can do. Actually, I have another request. If it is within my power, I need an interpreter, someone who speaks Virginian. Apollo? Would you come with us if you're well enough? I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you. Huh? Where are we going? Come on, Trucy, we're about to get to the bottom of this. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case. Machi. Could you interpret for us, Lammermoor? Yes. Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney, what do you mean by secret? The fact that he just reacted to the fact that I just said that information without you having to interpret anything? I think we know one of those secrets is. What do I mean by secret? Well, if I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? Hey, you got a reaction, a big one. Machi, you didn't. Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. Lammermoor, please, interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution and have them look into it. He asked you to wait. Do not be so hasty. But Machi? Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have him tell us about it. Very well. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the soak, is a potent cure. A cure? It must cure some disease. It's a cure for incuritis. Oh my god. Congrats! Congrats, localization team. Congrats! That's the best name for a disease. It's incuritis. Congrats. You know, the type of thing that you expect, you know, was to see like a child to think of. Like, am I have incurious? All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We'll keep going. A cure for incurious. But if it's a cure, why keep it in Virginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. Yeah, about that. Think about all the companies and countries that would try to assert their power into a small little backwater country in order to get their resources, like, I don't know, something that can cure quote-unquote incuritis. I don't understand the reasons myself. Okay, well, at least we know what it is. A cure. And Mr. the Tooth was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Machi? Machi, you weren't. He couldn't be a smuggler. He's so little. Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician. Oh, okay. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, and now he plays dumb. I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Machi really did bring one to the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. About the case? What about the case? This meeting is over. Darian? What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. There's a call from Machi from the Virginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Darian, wait. I never liked you, either of you. Huh? Darn it, we're so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. Yep, he didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Apollo! And there can only be one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court. Hot damn. Am I doing this? Am I finishing this? Are we doing this right here, right now? I know, flipping nice. Attack on Titan, my friends. You know what? Sure, let's do it. Hold on, let me stretch. I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Oh wait, I forgot I was muted myself. Alright, we are ready. I've cracked my knuckles, I have cracked my neck. I've cracked my back. I've stepped on the crack and broken my own back. Well, this is it. Today is the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. Suspicious Mr. Suspicious son is acting a little weird. Mr. McSus, we'll call him. What do you mean bang? The fuck was that? He is heard but unseen. Oh my fucking god, Valent. Who's that talking? Ah, it's Valent. Valent Grammy. I exclaimed as he walked in through the door normally. You aren't the witness today, are you, Aquavalent? Preposterous preposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Oh, with vanishing magic? Indeed, I will jump upon its express train and express myself to the next town over. Before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about the illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like a pepper. Really fast. Like people, elephants, or the Eiffel Tower, anything really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. About how Lammermoor got from one side to the other side of the stage. And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? I wonder if Valent already knew what happened. Ah, excuse me, sir. Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Did something happen? This is a first. It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Oh, yeah, he was seeing that kid. That guy. He's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. The Chief Justice's son. Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning, the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper, if you care to read about it yourself. Incuritis? Wait a second. I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. I want to read my peanuts. I want to read my foxtrot. I want to read my pearls before swine. My apologies for the delay. Also, by the way, let's go back to this for a second. Huh. Court is now in session for the trial of how do you say this name again? Machi Tabaye, or suspect fortissimo. Right. It's his trial in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through this difficult time. Incuritis, was it? The article said there is no known cure. Dear Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Now is the time for us to make a stand. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. I asked Interpol about that number. Okay, we got through this. It was him? Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darren was guest star on that season cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darren Crescent is a member of my band, the Gavineers. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Weren't you aware, Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let's review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gavineers whipped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lamiwar, and Machi, along with a drummer and a bassist, for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Lamiwar and the defendant, Lachi Tabai, had left the stage at that point, and the Gavineers were already walking. This is when 2 shots ran out in the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you. And Apollo, you heard them too, right? I sure did. Furthermore, Lamiwar herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime, but she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking. But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was precisely Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on, no less. Viola, a perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to add to this? I heard the gunshots. He must have been on stage. I do remember the biggest, everything that depends on is all on, everything that matters, the most important thing that matters is this fucking headset. And you've seen this before in other Ace Attorney games and also in Detective Conan episodes. It's all about trying to establish a perfect alibi to make it so that, but also commit the murder during a different time. You know, that's if I remember this correctly, I could be wrong. If I remember this correctly, that's the whole entire thing. It's that you think that this happened during this time, but it's possible that the death actually happened earlier. I believe we can safely say that Darren Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged, which means that Lamiwar has sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well, of course, if we disregard her testimony, I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections. Apollo, if he declares a verdict now. Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? Very well, the court finds the defendant, what's his name again? About that. Your Honor. Now, that wasn't it. It was more like Marquise or Mr. Justice. Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who until now has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tobaye to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter, I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases, such as I love you and where is the toilet. The defense will like to request Lamiwar as the interpreter. Lamiwar? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? That this is most unusual. Bravo, Your Forehead. Your Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamiwar lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the knowledge should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Bailiff! Whack it, BP. Also, bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamiwar to the witness stand. I suppose there was a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? I literally put a parrot on the stand in a previous game. We are past the first time for everything. We are in the we can do whatever the fuck we want in this court. Your name to begin with, if you would, Lamiwara. Yes. He says, Machi Tobaye, the defendant. This is certainly a first for the courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? Apollo, aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I might speak. Yes, Lemior. Just now, Machi said there was something about which he wishes to testify. Oh boy, so you can be like, I'm the one who did it! What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. What? Well, Lemior, according to Machi, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it! Yeah, this is sounding too easy. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Machi, please testify to the court. Very well. He says that word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock, but if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. Okay. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wonder what he meant by proof. Why he would only have to ask Lamior to know the meaning of that song. Lamior, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. As my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead, Lamior might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, I'm not buying this testimony. So, yep, you gotta trust the bracelet. Yeah, it's time for the bracelet time. Lyrics of my song. It is the I, that is he, could not have done it. Perceive? Pass. Okay. This is the one that probably makes more sense. Gotcha.
Gotcha!
Machi, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced toward her the very moment Lamior said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can. Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do Do you not know the word Espanol, for instance? I ain't got a point there. I am sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? Yes, I have been. It is simple, so simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? The Virginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland. Alright, got him. Add that to the testimony, please. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they're quite fierce all of a sudden. Maybe it's time to show proof that he's lying. I have here a Virginian newspaper, the Virginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there was a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right, it doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Virginian newspaper. What does this mean? What does this mean? Damn, I said it before even the judge said it. But I don't see how it's possible. Ah, I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing the questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain herself or himself. Machi says, yes. It is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? I call bullshit. Is this true, Lammermoor? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. Then, looks like Airflow has been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes. Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you going to do, Apollo? What am I gonna do? I need another way to talk to them about this. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well, witness. I understand. I'm guessing it's her. Okay, here again.
Gotcha!
I knew it. The fact that they were showing both of them, you can go to both of them, means I knew that one time you had to look at him, and then one time you had to look at her. I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there's a little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lammermoor, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lammermoor, are you protecting? Lammermoor, you are protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice, and now you have Lammermoor lying on your behalf. Are you gonna make this lady do it? If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English, you have to. Ah, he said it in English. He was like, ah. Yeah, I got him. What does that mean that I got him? Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little, only. What? First you can see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lamimar? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? Last, Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting, I did no shooting. So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct? Apparently the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor. Okay. Then there was voices, or was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Latouche had already been shot, and then we came to the door. Hanno, up high, I take off, run away. So it was you who escaped through that air vent. As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? No, we have not. No, he's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor. The victim has already been shot, you say. I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clammed up, Apollo. Let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Wait. I mean, if we have him testify about this, wouldn't this make him give a motive, though? Wouldn't this be bad for us? Okay, Machi, please tell us the truth for your own sake. No, no more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Air Forehead. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything of more value should this continue. I see no course other than to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. What the hell was that, Machi? Just go right into the lobby. Apollo Eustis. Believe no shooting. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it. Suddenly, I heard a revolver. Close, very close. Then, I hear a voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear a revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard shots? So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard the shots? And you escaped through the air vent? I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I open vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So vents with the stage and the backstage area? Is that what he means? He's right. Look, Apollo. Huh, yeah. How did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. No. I hear this from Magician. Magician? Don't look at me. Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body, then he heard the shots? That one's going over our head over well in court. Not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. Bullshit. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So what do we do? You sure you won't testify, Machi? No talking. No. Well, it was worth a shot. I wonder... Did we get to use a cocoon to get him to talk? That's probably the best course of action I can think of. They wouldn't, you know, sentence a kid to death, you know, for stealing something, would they? I mean, that seems a little harsh, isn't it? Oh well, I guess we'll have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo, so what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamira. Lamira? What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamira's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lamira was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamira dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lamira? Can you think of a reason? Well, I think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday, something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely that there is a nugget of truth in Lamira's testimony? A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly. And let's be like this, what's it called? The California Gold Rush and find that nugget. If Lamira was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. I haven't thought about the California Gold Rush in like a decade. God damn. There was some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamira's testimony once more. Lamira, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Please don't lie. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots in the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, right? Yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. A small window at the scene was closed, and was found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court. Of course, Your Honor. Alright, here we go. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped, then heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Oh, I remember now. It's not the same window. Hold up. She can't say it, but it's not this window. The window on the right, it's not that window that she was at. No siree. The trick of the case, now I remember everything. The trick of the case is that she goes, there's a pathway, which shit, what do you say? What did Machi say? Machi said the magician said that there was a case of going up from one end and then down the other end through a tunnel, which, by the way, that may come back later on in what I remember in Ace Attorney 6, if I remember correctly. From the case actually the guy left off on, actually. And there's a pathway to the other side. And of course, to do that, you have to go between two different parts, right? So if you have to go between two different parts, where do you have to go? You have to go through this middle part that's right above the dressing room, this open part, the vent, basically, right? So if you did that, the window that she was going through was not the window of the down there, it was above there, right? And if she was doing that, that means it's in the middle of the performance, right? And in the middle of the performance, that was only Gavin and her, which means that he, during that time, was not present, has no alibi, shoots the guy, goes back up, does 2 shots, leaves the fire. I remember everything now. He leaves the fire igniter, uses the igniter on stage, but he stops for a split second to use the igniter, which is why during hold on, let me just reset all these to 0. Which is why, god damn. During here, right there, when he's fucking up right there, that's him using the igniter to make the igniter go off, right? So then they hear the 2 shots, discover the body, think that someone had killed the victim right there, and that seals his alibi. God, I remember everything. I was trying to picture what her, because I remember the igniter being used, and I remember there being something about 2 different alibis, like an alibi that's like fake. I couldn't remember the details until just now. I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way, yet everything I have said here is the truth, and it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamar was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Oh, thank you. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine this witness. Okay, the most important thing is all the way at the end. So now we play, it's like when you have a maze, right? You have like, get from one end of the maze to the beginning, right? If you start at the end of the maze, it's easier to get back to the beginning of the maze than if you're going from the beginning of a maze to the end of a maze. So now we have to work backwards from what we know is, what I know is the truth, to getting to that truth in itself. You were in a hurry to go where? I was on my way to the backstage exit, as I have said. Why are you in such a hurry then? Well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case. If you very well might, please answer the question. Are you alright, Lamar? Yes, I am just tired. Recall what I told you yesterday, Airforehead. Lamar suffers from serious amnesia. Please refrain from traumatizing her further. Why don't you prove her reason had a connection to the case before asking about it, huh? Prosecution's objection is sustained. The current question is moot, Air Justice. Please continue your cross-examination. Okay, so I need to prove the fact that... Okay. I was on my stage to the backstage exit. Okay. Something wrong? I know I said hold it, but she's saying the same thing she said before. Mr. Justice, sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony. I don't know, Mr. Tucson, the detective. Okay, I guess we're doing everything then. But yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you? It's impossible. There was no way you could have heard him, because the window at this scene was closed. Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if you keep asking the same questions, yes, they won't get anywhere. Did you hear anything else? Anything else? Anything else besides the victim and the shooter's conversation? Anything at all? That's quite the vague question. Other than the conversation, I heard a clock ticking, the two men breathing, footsteps. That is all. Nothing new there, as expecting. But you can carry this on with a cross-examination, as you wish. Okay. Okay. What do you know of any chance of what they were talking to each other? If so, please tell us. I've given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. The shooter, then. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Switch? The shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche? I thought it was quite strange myself afterward. It's quite a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure. I'd be delighted. It's very vital. Can we add that to the testimony? Maybe, Apollo. Okay. Press the switch. Alrighty. We have something with that.
Objection!
Okay. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice Lamora heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch? It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, a forehead? I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lamora's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviniers were in the middle of the concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not shout. So to have Air Forehead's cry as a possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it for you? It would have been quite simple to have you heard on the stage from the dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? Why, that's... What is it? Is it some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? Yeah, sure thing, old man. This is the type of transmitter, communications device. Communications device? From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, they're talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait, those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. Lamora said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far. The direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be. So when Lamora heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be the on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? And the shooter said press the switch. Well, I guess we don't. Unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. What is this switch anyway? We don't even know what that basic fact. Oh, I do know what the switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about this switch, right? We know what it does. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice. I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what the switch is? Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this. They give you my music again, let's go. That's that. The what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote? I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Mr. Justice, you were cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry about that. That was a bit more fire than I expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire... Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. The switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah, exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Mr. Gavin was entirely unaware that such a thing had been planned, and the guitar had burned as a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Virginia from Lamirar. He said the sound was amazing before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Your forehead. Yes. Don't tell me you're trying to tie those two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lamirar, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really? It seems pretty simple to me. Your forehead. Don't destroy what little respect I have for you. Alright. I thought you expected me a little more than that, but okay, I see how it is. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? The simple story simply makes no sense. That night, my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. That's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during the Lamirar song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. Those two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must be what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? And thus we get to the crux of this case. What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? But Detective Emma Sky heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Gunshots rung out, and according to his testimony, Wachi was in the dressing room at that time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that the remote-triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we could only draw one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. Order, order, order! But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song, yes? Hey, he's right, look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look. Why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through. It's to establish an alibi, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin? If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet Air Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. Order, order, order! That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not for the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered to follow the lyrics of my song, but I question your logic. For it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Air Forehead, one I've pointed out several times no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lamour have heard a voice through it? Oh. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Lamour's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? The man saying press the switch, and near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't be all coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lamour heard the voice? The key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Yes! Yes, I can! The voice. And she heard it during the second set. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either, meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Ah, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Virginian too. Alright, that's a little racist there, motherfucker. As I was saying, Lamour could not have heard the voice through that window, so there could only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me so, and here I thought you and good sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and good sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret it for you? Air Forehead, Lamour clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. There's only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is? I know that look. He wants us to ask something. Very well. You claim Lamour heard the voice from another location? Mr. Justice, show us where the location is. Lamour heard the voice from here. This is where Lamora heard that voice from. But that's no small window. That's the air vent. What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. Lamora was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice. That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I don't think that word means what you think it means, Air Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It only merits saying. Why would Lamora be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. Explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamora? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? I fear the prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. Lamora, this small window through which you heard the video voice was up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. You gotcha. I will have order. Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact I was. I am sorry, I never imagined it would come to such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can't. I remind you this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Come on, Apollo, put it together. Why can't you talk about it? She said she made an oath. To whom? About something. Above the ceiling, and I heard the voice. I heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. Do I have everything about true grammar at all? I could just put the tape. My line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance, so this did happen during the second set. I did not witness crime. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for. Air Forehead. Our mission to the court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. I can't believe I remembered all that. I heard there was a small window there before. Okay. By a small window, you mean an air vent? Only remembered I needed to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. Cannot see the light coming through the window, of course. The air vent grate could trip you up, certainly. So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. That was when I heard his voice come from the room. I knew something terrible had happened, yet. Okay. Yeah, it was in the middle of your performance. So without a word, you just let the third set start. After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do. You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner. Yes, perhaps I could have. See the little point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing complete. She can't be a witness, she's blind. She can hear, you know, you can hear things. You can still be a witness. He's a blind witness, you know. Hey, if I could put a parrot on the stand, I could put a blind person on the stand. So why I was there, I cannot say. We know why. We know why. You heard the gunshots during the second set during your performance. You're quite sure? Yes. Why would I lie about that time? Why didn't you tell us this yesterday? No one asked me. But you all knew. A parrot witness is the wildest thing this game ever thought of. It still is. Every time something ridiculous happens in this series, I'm always just like, we put a parrot on the stand. Let's move on. Everyone's like, this is so ridiculous. We put a parrot on the stand. This is nothing too crazy. Let's put the parrot on the stand. The fact that shit was pulled off in the first game is crazy. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, where do you go from that, right? We have not done anything that crazy since. Well, no, we talked to a parrot. We have talked to a transceiver that had an assassin on the other side. We talked to someone who was possessed. We had, we never told us why. Oh wait, we had someone who was possessed by a ghost, a vengeful ghost. I was not able to speak of it. At least the video had a person talking. That is true. And same thing with the evil spirit. That's still technically a person, right? With the parrot, we basically had 3 sentences. Hi, my name is Polly. Got a theory as to why too, and maybe I've got the evidence to prove it. I cannot say. I'm probably gonna take a hit right now, but it's worth it. Oh shit, I'm not gonna take a hit. Let's go. Let's fucking go. I gambled on that one. Lamora, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear, especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. Oh, fire going up. Press the switch. Well, it's time to stretch my body because it's gonna take a fucking while. God, the obnoxious amount of times this video was played. You're the second person today. You are the second person today to mention that, actually. This is funny. Someone else earlier today was talking about this video being played like 50 times. It's better than flipping Blue Badger. Do 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 do. You're gonna see why we complain about. Oh, I've played this game before. I know exactly what I have. I'm gonna have to fucking zoom in on his guitar and get the when it turned over on fire. Yeah. As you can see, Glamour was clearly not on stage for a entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic. Blue Badger 100,000 times, 10,000 times worse than this. Oh, absolutely. Good case though. That was a really good case. Though it saddens me to be so realistic. Glamour was incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. Only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the form. Apollo. What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating. We have a perfect case of the damn Blue Badger and his song never existed. We don't like do 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 do. There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. And she couldn't have moved that fast. Ooh, Gavin, you knew. You knew, Gavin. This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. He's just realizing his own oversight. Hehe. Just let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace the route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage to the backstage to the rear of the forum. Yep, recall Amara's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of the route above the ceiling. Lamara knew of this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something. I know of opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? Oh. I knew about the vanishing act, of course, yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. I mean, yeah, why would you tell everyone? They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. But you know that Valiant Grammar is not going to be pleased about that, but we're gonna make him not pleased about some other things in the future anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Well, I'm impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you. So what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that, but it's still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? I said before. There was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes, it's all up to you. Do your thing. What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lamar was able to teleport like she did, while I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Oh boy. As I've stated before, I'm not at liberty to speak of the illusion at night in detail. Then you just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it would be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Alright. Okay. Good luck, Apollo. Thanks. Follow the route exactly as I was instructed. There's an emergency exit in the backstage where stage hand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. 2 minutes. And what we can see plainly in the video. I'm a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. There's a message in the backstage where stage hand. Well, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. Okay. So when you came back out, you were behind the audience. Yes, that is how it worked. Not a bad show if I do say so myself. That's Uncle Valiant for you, the old Grammarly touch. But on video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible? Yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. Okay. 2 minutes? Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running in that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. That's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Or a professional opinion? I bet the answer is right there in that video. But Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony? Ah, so this is it? The magical key to unlocking the illusion's dark secret? That's how it works. Quickly, I can't bear the suspense. Well, you see. Uh-oh. I'm a little confused too. No, I took a hit. Oh, what are you responsible for spoiling my mood? Oh boy, it's time then. Oh boy. I gotta go look at it. I haven't explained the discrepancy. Really, I'm sure Daddy would have loved working on this. The excitement makes me feel so much better. Okay, alright. The brooch. Build the keys, a guitar case, and a motorcycle. A diagram. The videotape, the headset, the igniter. The pathway. You can scale that in 20 seconds. I think it has something to do. I'm going to present the brooch. Let's see if that works. Let's make the discrepancy between the video and her testimony. So we'll put evidence that there's a discrepancy between the video and the testimony. Now, Aurora, do you happen to remember this brooch? Aha, the brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at this scene, Your Honor. And you bring this up now? Why? I thought we already determined that that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take a no look at the video. And here we go. Watch this over again. You can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's take a look a little bit later. The brooch, it's gone. What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. It takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lammermoor we see before the vanished act and the Lammermoor we see after are two different people. This brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. Not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lammermoor, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage at the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order! Please, Prosecutor Gavin! From your expression, I gather you had no idea that this was the case here, Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So, I was right. There was a switch? There was. Just before the stage towers rose, Lammermoor was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was the replacement Lammermoor? Or the man behind the illusion, Valiant Gramarye? That's quite the illusion. I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this fake Lammermoor is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Gaviniers aren't some kind of air guitar band, Farlene. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live. No recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lammermoor. Very well. Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony. I had to keep singing even when I moved. Okay. You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why shouldn't it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness? Good point, you know, good point. But if you were singing while you were walking, that's right, wouldn't the shooter and the victim have heard? So you were singing right above their heads after all. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have been pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? I know what he means. The old speaker, Apollo. The speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. That's the monitoring the stage. Okay. So in other words, it went over her speaking. Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lammermoor was singing in the ceiling. Sounded just like Lammermoor was singing over the speaker. Ingenious, her voice was hidden by her voice. Lammermoor, I have just remembered something. Do tell! When I heard the noise, gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many people would notice. Forehead, that mixing board I lent you. Where is it? The mixing, huh? The machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this. I completely forgot about it. Let's take a listen. The song does stop there. It does, but I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet at the top second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. You only hear one pleasure, not two. This is evidence indeed. I believe you are guilty of making a terrible mistake. Crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamoureux's ballad. If that's true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter, which means that Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turn around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Airforehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. But it's a theory, yet it's entirely based upon Lamoureux's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she's lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear, until we hear directly from the man himself. The man, you don't mean... Yes. Though he is a friend and band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case, as a suspect, to be frank. This is as good a time as any for pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Whew. What is it, 10 o'clock right now? Yeah, I might as well go for it. Sleep be damned. I will go in the morning. Let me stretch first, though. I'm gonna get up and stretch. One. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, all right, we're good. Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act. And right in the middle of Lamoureux's performance? The reason why she was in the air vent, and that switch and the flaming guitar, when you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had it. I knew you had it what it took. Hey, it's Wright! Daddy! Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really, huh? I just thought I'd make a cool entrance then and say, hiya. Why do you even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Sorry about that, Juicy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Why would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machi off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darian Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption, namely that a diva divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things, the flaming guitar too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like a butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck, and be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you for my detective friend. Detective Sky, eh? Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here wasn't meant for me. Ah, here it is. What are these, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed taste traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo. That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. That's all from me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. In other words, provoke him. It's just like a magician normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where's Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darien, was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs, Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Air forehead. Very well, call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darien Crescent. Name and occupation, please. Darien Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division for those of you who didn't follow. And I'm a guitarist for the Gavineers. Maybe you've heard of us. Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darien. And don't call me partner. So much for old friends. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial? Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with the response to Lamoura's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Virginia. Okay. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Ha. Okay. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots? As if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky heard those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. So you claim Lamoura's testimony was a lie? Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because he's blind. You go too far, Darien. Look, all I'm saying is, you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Okay. Okay, it's got nothing to back up a story. She never heard my voice. Not the words. Hear those gunshots during the third set. Let's press this and see if we get more out of this. Actually, I was there too. So I hear, which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots. Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. Guess you and Lamoura got the same excuse then. You know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots. Machi heard them too. Remember he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them. How do we figure out what those gunshots during the third set were? I think it's too early for that. It's pretty good to paint Lamar as the liar, isn't he? Yeah, because the testimony is basically our entire case. This is tough, so what do? I've got a few ideas. Oh, my light's been dimming. I can't tell if that's because of the light's been going out or if it's because I'm losing power. Uh-oh. That could have been what the shooter wanted us to think. I'll tell you what the shooter, that kid, wants you to think. He wants you to think the diva heard me in that room. As much as I'm enjoying the Darian forehead show, there is no need for such tempers. They make us into some comedy duo. This mean the Gavin and Darian show's cancelled? Neither of your claims can be proven or disproved. You could argue for days like this and get nowhere. Article Gavin is quite right. This court will hear no further discussion on this topic without new facts. Okay, so let's press everything first, actually. You don't have any proof she was lying. Oh yeah, kid? You're saying I lied? No, I'm just saying, Apollo, clear back at him. Detective Crescent. Yeah, what do you want? Nothing. Apollo, chin up, back straight, you're wilting. Look, there's no way the diva remembers my voice. She never heard my... You never talked to her even though you were playing in the same concert? Not a word as far as I can recall. But weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of all that himself. Darian wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her. That's... Huh. As if you can just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot would believe that. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. You know she missed the words, the mixing board proved it. Oh yeah, there was a mistake, but blaming on gunshots is just a lame excuse. Okay. Go on. Got him. Got him. Keep that in mind for later. Oh yeah, there was a mistake, but blame my gunshots as a lame excuse. What do you mean? The mix of word proves what? It proves there was a mistake in the song, a miscue. So she just flubbed it up, big time, that's all. She spins a story about a gunshot protect the kid and cover her own goof. Man, I'd love to hand it to her as if she wasn't sticking it to me the same time. Darian, watch what you say. Lamora is an artist. She just flubbed it up. That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber. Heh, she got to you alright. I can see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious, it's way over my head. Anyway, she's too close to the defendant, but trusting when he can't be trusted. If you ask me, I'd go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a pick. This isn't gonna work, isn't it? Oh god, I'm on a good roll. Remember this crescent? The mixing board? What about it? It seems there was a clear proof left behind, right here in Lamara's song. Her song? What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, dude. This device was used to record the performance part by part. You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamara's voice included. Oh, but what does this prove? According to Lamara's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? Way ahead of you. Way ahead of you. We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ha, ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out of the stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We're all wearing these headsets. Oh. We're all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamara's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Then let's get analyzing that recording. Right now. Lamara stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamara's vocals. I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. Or the sound was coming over the headset along with the voice. Gavin, you're crazy, man, crazy. Upstanding prosecutor like you were even listening to this weak evidence? Man, you can barely hear that. I couldn't even know it's a gun. This guy sounds like someone who used the word stigma all the time. Perhaps it is you who has heard of hearing, Darian. Oh, sorry, Alpha. It sounds like a gunshot to me. And minute, you lost it to Crescent. Okay, so what about the gunshots that the Sky heard? You heard them too, didn't you? Don't even think about telling me you were mistaken. Were you thinking of telling him that, Mr. Justice? No, Your Honor. Detective Sky and I clearly heard what sounded like gunshots. But they weren't. What? And I have the evidence that proves it. I think you'd best show it to the court and see this evidence. If you would, Mr. Justice. The evidence that we really heard is this. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. Huh? What, you think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set. Could have been 2 firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? Look, you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off right when the 2 witnesses came walking by? Ha. That's right. Danny was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How could you know someone was backstage right then? Huh, it's almost as if he had a way to listen in to people outside that was in the hallway. Where did we find this? In the hallway. If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear, you get my drift. Why go through all the trouble, man? Can you explain it? He may not look it, but Darian's a gifted detective. So any weakness and he's sure to find it. He may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me, I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. And I saw something odd there just before the third set. You're stealing my fucking thunder! Something odd? A headset, the kind all of the band and the staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door of that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped but placed, and what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that highway, even if you were on stage. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. You know, there are, but not in this game. In any case, I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamora's testimony was true. She was telling the truth about what she heard, and yes, and that's why the killer tried to kill her. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it. Why do we only hear one gunshot in the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon? Lamero was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must have not been close enough to her mic to catch the first shot, but then she passed over the dressing room. The gun fired again, and Mr. Latusse's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Once again I'm reminded of something. The performance that day. Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Air Forehead. What is it with this today? Automatic problem. My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burnt to crisp, and top it off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. Ah. It was you, Darian. I thought it was strange at that time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latos's 45 caliber hand action cannon. And we have learned even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder, even if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent. I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon, a much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouche, which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and the victim. So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Well, thank you for helping our case. Does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent? What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that can be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin. I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. God, in any other case, this would have been easy to throw the book at him. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Percent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Okay. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to the country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? Okay, what? Oh, okay. Let's see, let me check something. Because I've been informed that this has not been... The winds have picked up something that is probably not good. Let me check someplace first. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, well, yeah. Should still be good for now, but I need to keep an eye out on stuff. Alright. If you didn't know him, why wouldn't I kill him? Alright, then I am going to rush through the end of this then. Defense as soon as possible, just in case things go south. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latus had not been to our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. I see, very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Okay. Why do you even want to kill that manager? The manager, sure, but Mr. Latus was... Oh, right. Sorry, Interpol agent, wasn't he? Let's have trouble picturing that big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig? Not a very good one, seeing how he got wasted. Okay. Not that it matters, either way. They had no reason to kill that man or whatever he was. When the reason is they got no motive, man. That's the same for Machi, no motive was proven for him. Come on, he traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. Well, then I sure did. I mean, think about it. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? That's true. Fuck, I didn't even do that one. You're a detective with international affairs. Yeah, whatever. And if this was Mr. Latrus's first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert. But don't you take any international trips in international affairs? That's right, well, Detective Crescent? That's your game, is it? Guess I'd better confess then. Confess? Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. What? But you're an international? See, me and Plains got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much. My condolences, therefore, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country, I can guarantee it. As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. You possibly know her manager, so you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert. Fraternize? Ha, I don't think we ever exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. So you see, if I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? It's the egg, but I need to find out the cocoon. I need to find a way to prove it though. You sure about that? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. Listen, try throwing out one of your wild accusations. I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who you're accusing of what. Therefore, perhaps it's best you let your evidence do the talking, yeah? What evidence? That's what I want to know. Okay. Okay, so let's use this. Let's try this. Let's see if this works.
Objection!
Okay, good. Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon never seen one of that color. It's a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Latouche, does it? It does. Wait, I mean, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative for what? Apparently, it is most efficacious in the treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia. Whatever for. If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy for the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. That explains it. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out of the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol. Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as manager, but that is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That's what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market and make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you would say. Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about the smuggling of cocoons business. Whew. Alright. Let's go. International Affairs got a memo about those cocoons. Interpol's been hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. You kids think up the craziest things, but no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, or duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Letting them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. I got this already. I got this. I don't know if I need to present the evidence or press a little bit more and then present the evidence, but I know exactly what I need to present when I need to. Okay. But wouldn't scarcely drive up prices? Yeah, attention. Every gangster's brother would want a piece of that action. We're gonna switch cheese. Who's on trial here again?
Hold it!
Which means you know how to get a loophole in the system. Oh, maybe we're going too fast. Yeah, slow down. That first guy broke those cocoons, hot and bothered about them. Get to the black market too dangerous.
Objection!
Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I would kiss my keys goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article, that's about the Chief Justice's. A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for any disease, a cure for incuritis. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere. Oh my god, dude, come on. Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal with contraband, not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal. That's a Detective Crescent's insurance. If whatever got out, the one with the neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescent, is this true? First, I'm a murderer and now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? The state's residents to think about is if Chief Justice were the buyer. Why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well, oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell, Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Virginia Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with this cross-examination. This is very thorough. Everything gets in and out checked.
Objection!
Okay. Actually, there was one way. What? One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. Prosecutor? Ah. Yep. I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamure. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamure's studio. They use a special shipping service available to me for transporting the evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. You're saying that guitar was, with cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use a guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory, your forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front. It's called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. Broken device? Yes, this and that. An igniter. Exactly. Consider this if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course. Ah. There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. It could use a picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of the band? Order, order, order! So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. Precaution? Ah, forehead. At last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the great sounds of Lamoureux's ballad, if you please. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock of my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped, so only a member of the band could get any of the case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Latouche. Ah! Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. You only have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon was confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then, Mr. Latouche died, with Lamoureux there to witness it. There's your case. Yeah. Brilliant, man. Detective Crescent. I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly for a made-up story. It makes a great deal of sense, Darian. The Republic of Virginia. Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Virginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamoureux heard proves it. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then, but be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice? There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice. And that person is the defendant, Machi Tobaye. But, Mr. Justice, he's your client. Yeah, client for murder, not client for smuggling. A defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him on murder of Mr. Latouche. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Virginian. Does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was in fact Lamoureux? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of it yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that this remote only works to the range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamoureux was at the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood, but that's way too far from the guitar. This is the area the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems Lamoureux could still have done the deed. No. When the shooter made the transmission, the stage was slightly different as shown here. It was in the middle of the great guitar. It was the guitar serenade, which means that the platform was higher, while the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamoureux stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamoureux's position in the air vent. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor? Yes, Detective? Can we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Well, yeah, I don't see why not. Haha. Too bad, so sad, punk. Punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly are you supposed to be seeing in this video? The problem isn't what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what we hear. We're musicians after all. Here to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the 3 pianists to set off that igniter. That right? Yes. Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. The piano? What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounds just fine. And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it? Ah. Yeah, how's he supposed to hit the switch if he's playing? You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the diva, La Mirror. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Okay. Yeah, when did he press the switch? The piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. It's okay, we all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? It can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... strange? What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice, if Machitopai didn't press the switch, then he could not be this accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact he says he's accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar was on fire. The pianist didn't press the switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Machitopai the accomplice? The answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought. The whole case is ruined. I know that it has to be him. He's the one who could have helped with the smuggler. He'd have to press the switch. We better find a way to prove it. What do I do? What do I do? Wait a second. What? You thought of something? It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this? Can you prove Machitopai pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that he pressed the switch? I don't know if you can call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then, prosecutor, it falls on me to ask you to prove. Show us evidence proving supporting this. Air forehead, you're sure about this? Accept it. There's no evidence, man. On what review base do you claim the defendant pressed the switch? Use the mixing board of the video. The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. You music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed, right before the guitar burst into flame. I hear piano being played, but doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. So what, you're some kind of piano savant? Actually, no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he... Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. So sorry, so sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit it would be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Patrick Gavin described as something sounding odd. What sounded odd? I bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. It seems we've come to a moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the guitar burst into flame. Okay. Okay. Okay, hold on. Alright, hold on. Oh, the wrong button. That's the section? I'm afraid I don't hear it. What's your opinion as an artist, Patrick Gavin? It's a beautiful song and the lyrics are outstanding. Wait, so what was the odd thing that Gavin said? The switch was pressed in the first half of the second verse, right? Wait. This wasn't. I see if I find a place to compare it to that. Oh! Okay.
Take that!
Hmm. Maybe it's the first part then? Because I thought it was repeating the rest of why they were saying that.
Take that!
Particular Gavin, I'm sure you realize by now. Just what that was sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Air Forehead. Realize what? I'll demonstrate. Listen to the part in the question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the but a fleeting melody phrase. Man, how many times do you have to listen to the same thing? You're right, enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section, the guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot, but in the first verse. Pay attention to the "Oh Night in Your Embrace." Okay, keep going, keep going. That sounds different. Ah, play verse 2 again. They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use 2 hands to play that for sure. Ah. Guess you need to know some music theory to know that. What's that prove? I would think you know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So 2 verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that piano would stay in the background. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Machi changed how he played. There's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. We're almost done. We almost got him. I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. Very well, barring an objection from the prosecution, I'll now say the court's opinion on this matter. There we go. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over? You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed in you, Air Forehead. Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts, anyone could see it was him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But 1,000 facts might point toward the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think if he did, we would have already seen it a long ways back. It's unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? Who is staring us in the face? Paul, remember what Daddy said. It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. So what do? Like I said, good luck, and be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. That's quite a face he makes. It's definitely a face, I'll say. The who? Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. So can I get back to work now or what? I mean, it looked like I got a good time on my hands. I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney. Mr. Justice, you've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you just say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, good guitars are kept dry. This is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plant has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? We're going for it. It's all or nothing. What, and this igniter is supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry, and I tend to hear this one through to the very end. Air forehead. You are accusing this man, Darien Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latouche and the smuggling of a Virginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on for too far long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then, let's have it. So what's the basis for these accusations against Darien Crescent? He that would take apart Darien Crescent's plan is... Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. So what is? It's true that I couldn't show decisive evidence. Perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness. Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is the person you can prove Darien Crescent's guilt?
Take that!
The one person who can prove Darien Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Machi Tabaye. Your client again? You're goddamn fucking right. Machi Tabaye was a accomplice in the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darien Crescent would not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted the smuggle of the cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue, a residue we could, no doubt, also find inside the burnt-out guitar. Very scientific of you. Thus, if Machi Tabaye acknowledges his agreement with Darien Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Virginian cocoon, the case is solved. Darien's laughing again. Your unrelated passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything, especially not anything to do with the cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Virginian law. Yep. If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. How? Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he's tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Virginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about Virginian cocoon. Yeah, but if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Virginian police, and it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here or not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it, but who's gonna think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machi Tabaye. For Cocoon smuggling your entire plan, Machi Tabaye knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime, the crime of Cocoon smuggling. Basically, he's gotta admit to it because he's in no danger in the court of law in terms of, you know, the setting of Ace Attorney. Get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please. Don't talk. We got him. Darian, I consider that my last session with you, we rocked. I'm guessing you can treat that outburst as a confession? Uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you'll tell this court everything? I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know? I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew, from the beginning I knew. Machi, situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue within our legal system. The only thing definitive in the court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However, it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, I wonder if that's another case that's going to happen anytime soon. We may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tabaye? Yes, I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regard to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant Machi Tabaye not guilty. Court is adjourned. I wonder what'll happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle Cocoon out of Virginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Isn't that right? Right. Daddy, I owe you both my thanks. Lamiwara? Hi, is something wrong? I'm sorry, Machi was your partner on stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. Yet. Something got a hold of him, something evil, I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. Of course it was. You mean you'll be able to see again? And you won't get that till later. It's funny. I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lamora lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feel that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I would take up painting. Painting? right. She's the landscape painter in sound, after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. I can't wait, Lamora. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Secret agent, man. Apollo, Trucy. Hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet. Me too. Oh. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to an end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Musical Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. Whew. Oh gosh. We did it. I went a little bit longer than I expected, but we did it. We finished the third case. And now we have left is, well, we'll call it the fourth case, but let's just say it's a lot of stuff at once. So we'll call it the fourth and fifth case. But we'll get to that, what, next week? Yeah, sounds about right. Unless I decide to do this tomorrow. We'll see. In the meantime, I will find someone to raid. Go back over here. Go out here, this here, then switch to here, then go down here, then go here, go there, then go to sleep mode like here. Whew. We did a lot. We did a lot. We did a lot. Okay. Who's even live right now? It's like 11 p.m. You know what? Let's keep this. Let's keep this. This TV thing going. This TV head going. Pay it forward because I got rated by someone who was at a TV head, and it's clear that I think they rated me because I had a TV head. So let's go say hi to Sad. Does that work? Yeah, that works. All right. And let's do a simple. I need to change I need to have more personable raid messages in the future at some point. But we'll think of that. All right, so tomorrow, if things are still good in LA, because things are not exactly looking so hot right now, as of today, with some things going on, fires-wise, if things are still good, may have a wildcard stream tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'm gonna stream, but I'm gonna stream something. I don't know what though. I'll think of something though. Probably not Ace Attorney, but if it comes out, it may be Ace Attorney, maybe Marvel Rivals, maybe a new game, maybe just chilling, doing something else. Also depends on how tired I am. Because wildcards are always the stream that, like, if I can't do anything, or if I'm just too tired, I'm just cut it. And then we are back. We do stream on Thursday. We have a Mist on Thursday. We don't stream after that. We're not streaming on Saturday like we normally do. But that's it. That's the plan for this week. We'll see how everything else goes. And until then, I will see you all around. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching the VOD. If you're part of the raid, thank you for staying around. And bye. Oh my god, Mist? Yep. Not a VR, regular.